I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. 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 Keep your eyes on me.
You ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It is day 2 and we've got more VALORANT up for you today. My name's Twiggy, I'm joined today by MP as per usual. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm glad I went to play some football today so I can watch a whole lot of esports. So I'm really excited because today we can already see an elimination possibility and we can already see a qualification possibility. So today is going to be so important games, and as always, I'm excited to see good VALORANT.
Yeah, as we kind of mentioned yesterday, the group stage somehow is even more important than the playoffs. Obviously, getting through the group stage gets you either 1 ascension point if you come second, or 3 if you get out of the group stage into the playoffs. But more importantly, if you lose a game in the group stage, it's very difficult for you to actually get into that first position and make it out, as we will see with one of our teams in just a bit. But let's take a look at what happened yesterday so we can set up what's going to be happening today for you guys. So here is what was going on here. We watched Focus versus Zero Tenacity, and we watched Pixel Lumina versus CGN. And as you can see, for Zero Tenacity, who will be on stream today, we'll talk about that just a little later, they're gonna need to do something special today, because with only 3 teams in each group, you only get 2 games. So you need to be getting as many wins as possible. We saw last time out in stage 1 in VALORANT Challengers EMEA that there wasn't, well, only 1 team made it through with 1 win, and it was just by the skin of their teeth.
Oh yeah, obviously if you want to secure your spot, you have to win your first match. That's gonna be the thing for Carmine Corp Blue Stars here today. They are gonna play that first match, but I think yesterday we already kind of had some positive surprises, even though Pixel Lumina, they lost their match 2-1 against CGN Esports. They had a brilliant match there. They had amazing performance. They won a map. They almost won CGN's map pick as well, but in the end it was the reverse sweep in a best of 3. Obviously CGN taking those last 2 maps, but I think that's what it's all about, having those surprises, seeing how all of these regions kind of fare up against each other. Pixel Lumina obviously coming from that 4th seed position against CGN, who were the 1st seed of Dark. So the matchup already in itself, it's a tough situation, but they made it brilliant, and I think it was really exciting to see that they can actually be a kind of team that can fight against these stronger teams.
Well, DAC is off to a good start, but we're shifting focus today, and we're going to be... we're shifting focus today, that's quite funny, actually. And we're going to be watching a couple of different regions for now. We're going to stick with our Northeast teams here. Sorry, a little bit of bias from us, but there are 4 of them. There's 1 in each group. It's kind of hard to avoid them, honestly. So today on this stream, we are going to be watching Carmine Corp versus Zero Tenacity, an important game for them as they do need that victory. Carmine Corp obviously looking like a strong team as well. And then we're going to be watching Enterprise Esports versus UCAM, who I believe also have a win under their belt. So Enterprise Esports, again, really important game for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, when I think about this game, sometimes it can be harder to play that first game when your opponent has already played a game. Sure, you can maybe find some anti-strat, and maybe there's some cases where you can see, okay, this opponent is actually playing these maps instead of these maps that they played throughout the season. Yeah. But I think even yesterday we kind of saw those nerves on these really strong teams like CGN. Maybe the first map wasn't optimal, second map was kind of warming up. Even Focus, I think they had their fair share of struggles, even though it seemed really dominant against Zero Tenacity. So Enterprise Esports having their first game today, it could be something that maybe they have to warm up into.
Yeah, for sure. But let's take a look at our first game today and set that one up for you guys. Carmine Corp Blue Stars versus Zero Tenacity is how we're going to start off today. And yeah, I mean, as we said a little bit before, Zero Tenacity, they've already lost the game and it wasn't in very good fashion for them. It was quite one-sided towards Focus. So this is a super important game for them. First off, they need to be winning it. Second off, they need to be winning it in really good fashion. And third, they need to hope that Carmine Corp also, well, win their next game against the team that they lost to, because then the scores balance out to 1-1 and it goes down to tiebreakers, right? That's the only way that Zero Tenacity are really going to be hoping to get through on this one. Carmine Corp, though, they haven't played a game yet, so they're going to be looking to just get this one over the line, and then they can shift focus towards Focus.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this Carmine Corp roster, if you don't know these players, I'm kinda, or I was in the boat with you, because a lot of these players were scouted really well into this roster. There might be players that weren't in your radar previously. Paco, the coach, being a really good scout, really good coach to build these young players. This team actually has an average age of 19.8 years old, so that is very, very low when we compare to the other side as well.
Makes me feel old.
Yeah, same. I'm like 6 years older than the average age of that team.
I'm
like,
esports old. Everybody else considers me like, you know, normal kind of young adult age, and then in esports it's just, yeah, no. That's why we're here and they're there.
Yeah, but they've made waves in the French scene. Their stage 2 was incredible. A record of 11-3. They only dropped 3 maps, and sometimes you can be like, okay, drop 3 maps, maybe that's not too impressive, but they dropped those 3 maps only in the grand final. Before that, they were unbeaten in maps. They were just going crazy, taking teams like Team Valiant, Job Life, Mandatory, then Job Life again, and then again Team Valiant. They were beating all of these teams. And we talk about Zero Tenacity being the Kingslayers, but I think there's a case for Carmine Corp Blue Stars, because obviously you already won against the previous qualifiers of Challengers EMEA, then you won twice against the qualifier that qualified with you. Obviously in the grand final they lost 0-3 against Valiant, but I do think it's really impressive how they have played throughout their whole stage 2, and I think that's gonna show today against Zero Tenacity.
Well, this group is a whole group of Seed 2s, because they're going to be up against Zero Tenacity, as you say, and we saw them play yesterday. It started out so nicely for them, and then everything fell apart quite quickly here. Obviously, Focus really dominated the performance on Icebox, and they got those kind of rounds where we looked like they were getting back into things. There was momentum building, and then at the start of Lotus, things were looking really good, and Focus just shut it down in the second half. Absolutely no rounds towards Zero Tenacity in the second half of this map. And for them, you know, while there were moments of greatness from Zero Tenacity, moments that we would expect from this team, we really just didn't see what we saw in the Northeast games. And against a team like Focus, they're a good team, don't get me wrong. They're a brilliant team. They have great players, and we know that they can do incredible things. They got into the playoffs of Stage 1. But it's not really what you'd expect to see from Zero Tenacity, I don't think.
No, absolutely not. You have a talented roster here. MSH, obviously, who was the in the original Shockmat roster. And you have Alexi, who played in the Enterprise Esports, went on to go Next Esports, now obviously in Zero Tenacity. Then you have the duo Pretty Kermikista from Diamond. They have like almost 150 officials together under Diamond. And I think we need to see more from this team. Obviously, yesterday, I think it was Alexic and Pyro. Those two players were trying to kind of bring it back, trying to find some rounds. Pyro with the ace as well. Alexic finding those multi-kills, but it felt like Focus were really good in shutting down that Alexic early round aggression. They knew exactly where to just hold with the operator. They knew when to hold Alexic, how long to hold. They were really passive with that. Maybe they could have even waited for like 20 seconds and Alexic walked there. And I think that was a struggle for Zero Tenacity. Today, they kind of have to find where to use Alexic's early round aggression, how to use that, and how to counter if Karma and Corp is on top of that.
Let's take a look at a different player from what we mentioned there from Zero Tenacity. I think you wanted to take a look at a head-to-head from these two teams, Pretty and Ease.
Yeah, I think these are incredible IGLs. He has a pretty strong background, especially in case playing alongside Miniboo, who obviously got picked to Heretics right after their Ascension run. Also has played with Kiles, Roxy, Yuri, all of these great names, has been in the scene from the beginning. He's kind of mainly been under Spanish organization, but was in MENA under Onyx Ravens last year and got some decent results, but nothing really to write home about. So I think Ease is definitely looking for something more, and Pretty, well, he has literally established himself in the Eastern region. Obviously under Diamond, he was incredible, and under a little bit under 150 officials there, just barely ending out of finals with an intense full best of 5 against 10 stars. So I think there has been, for both of these players, there has been kind of shots into making these kind of tournaments, into making waves there, but Pretty, he's always kind of being left out. I think the furthest he has made was that Ascension play-ins, but couldn't quite make through that. Only two games, and now he has to go for that win, because like we talked about, it's not only important to win, but you have to win those rounds. Like, you have to have a great round difference here.
Of course, so that makes the map veto incredibly important. So why don't you run me through kind of what you're expecting coming into this one? Obviously, the stakes for Carmine Core is they need to win, right? That's fine, that's good for them, they can do that, and then they can, you know, they can get on with Focus later on. But for Zero Tenacity, they need to win 2 in a row. Like, there's no other way to do this one. If they want to be out focused in terms of all of the tiebreakers that go on, they need to win 2 in a row here. So the map veto is so important for them. What do you think they're going to be doing coming into this?
So Zero Tenacity, they didn't ban Ascent yesterday. They are still floating the Ascent. They didn't quite like playing Ascent on the regular season. They were kind of banning it out. So it's really interesting to see. Okay, these are one of the most hazard bans that I've seen. Usually a lot of teams are like, okay, we want to go to Lotus, we want to go to Haven. They are usually the middle ground maps. But this is what I'm talking about. I feel like Zero Tenacity, they have something cooked up in Ascent, because they have only one rep this year in that map. So they have to have something cooked up, and that one rep, that wasn't beautiful. That was against Enterprise Esports. Sure, it was a close feed, 12-14, but I think they are probably switching up composition. They have probably built up more confidence in that Ascent, and I'm really excited to see what happens there. Obviously, Sunset, we saw one yesterday. The meta hasn't changed too much, at least from the agents that we saw yesterday. So it's going to be really interesting to see if these teams are going to shift from that, or are they going to stay the same. Icebox, for me, yesterday was rough for Zero Tenacity, obviously against Focus. They couldn't quite get the runs, but usually their Icebox is incredible. Usually Alexic can find those aggressive angles, aggressive picks with the operator, maybe a Vandal as well. So I'm kind of happy in terms of the whole map veto. Obviously Zero Tenacity would like to take this in a 2-mapper, but I'm really excited to see what Carmine Corp has cooked up as well, because they haven't shown too much of Ascent as well, and obviously then we have Sunset. Neither of these teams have shown that map because it's been gone for so long.
Yeah, obviously Zero Tenacity didn't get to Sunset against Focus because they didn't get to 3 maps in the end. It was the float map for them. And it's interesting seeing them banning out Lotus. I think, as you mentioned, obviously that was their map pick in their game versus Focus, and they obviously got shocked by it, the Focus's performance. And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? The first half was fine. It was relatively even, and then suddenly you just cannot get a single round on the defense. I think that is definitely enough to make you rethink things, and it's good that they are rethinking things, even if it is a relatively negative mindset going into this, like, okay, we don't want to play the map that we got rolled on last time around. So yeah, at least there is something going on in that camp, and they're going, all right, we need to change something up. We know the stakes here. We know that we need to win 2 maps in a row against Carmine Core. We know they're not going to be a pushover. And yeah, I think this group is so interesting to me because, again, it is all second seeds. None of these teams are necessarily bad whatsoever. Obviously, Zero Tenacity, coming from a region with 4 teams, coming second seed is definitely no mean feat. The other 2 coming from regions with only 2 seeds means that you have to be good enough to get into the top 2 to the grand finals to begin with. So everybody here is definitely going to be putting up a fight. Zero Tenacity, here is their composition.
Yeah, they definitely cooked up a new comp. I love the Deadlock pick and the Cypher. There's a double Sentinel angle. I do love that double Sentinel, and especially Deadlock usually to be paired with Teho. This time around, it's not. I'm excited to see what it shows, what they have cooked up with this double Sentinel composition, because I do think the Deadlock's kind of strengths lies in pairing it up with the Teho. But one of the most interesting stats out of this map veto, that Carmine Corp, out of these 3 maps that we're gonna see, they have only 2 reps out of all those 3 maps, and those 2 reps are in Ascent. So everything is open, especially when we go to those second map and the third map. It's gonna be really interesting. I think Ascent, it's gonna be more straightforward. Obviously, comps a little bit different. I love that double Initiator from Carmine Corp. I love that double Sentinel from Zero Tenacity. Obviously, a little bit different game style. On the attacking side, I think Carmine Corp, they have their pace. They can easily clear out those operator angles with the double drones, the Yoru clone as well. So Alexic maybe is gonna have a hard time here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. A lot of unknowns coming out of these 2 teams. Obviously, Sunset in the map pool, but then, as you say, the small amount of reps in the maps that we're playing, the change up from Zero Tenacity, there's a lot to take into account here, and the stakes could not be higher for this team. So now we will throw you over to our caster to see exactly what happens with Hazza and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to be back. We've got a brilliant tournament coming up, Challengers EMEA, the second stage now, so things beginning to get interesting. 3 stages played before, 3 afterwards, including Ascension, so it feels like just the right time to gauge where these teams are at.
Yeah, I think for me, when you look at both teams, both being number 2 seeds, one in France, one in Northeast, I think this is a real matchup that will shape opinions of the community, right? When we start to see the lay of the landscape. Sure, we've already had one of these EMEA challengers, but this is number 2, so we're starting to get real definition throughout the year between the regions and where the kind of hierarchy lies within these teams.
Yeah, first EMEA event for both, of course, it's important to reiterate. And for KC Blue Stars, they are the 3rd and final of the VCT Academy teams to play in one of these events. We saw Koi Phoenix yesterday get a win over Ulf. That was a brilliant start for them in the tournament. But for Zero Tenacity, the pressure is put on them in this situation. If they fail to win here, they will be eliminated. It's as simple as that. And for a team which weren't able to qualify to this last time around and make top 4 in any, that points haul becomes especially important.
Yeah, and I think for me as well, I've spoken with you about it, Hazza, for a long period of time about how underwhelming Zero Tenacity have been at times. Generally, like we've expected them to reach a much higher threshold, which they've not been able to do. And I'm really hoping that, hey, listen, if this is your last go of it, that we actually see them come forward and put some really nice ideas out.
Yeah, the story seems to be the same for a lot of the players on that Zero Tenacity side, like you said. Electric playing 3 interregional events, but bombing out of each and every one so far in the group stage, putting a lot of those failures at Go Next last year on himself. And the same for Pretty and Grumek, not quite hitting the heights, so experienced domestically, but not playing up until this level just yet. It's against their old coach, an old duelist that they played against towards the end of the previous East campaign. Casey starting out on the attack, and it's a pretty direct play into B main.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for a set play with the Deadlock utility combined by the shock darts, but big 1 versus 2 here for MSH. Needs to be careful he doesn't give himself up, and as he does, now Pyro is put under the spotlight. Well, he'll decide just to take that A main space.
It's a good place to plant his feet for now. Quite committed though, and yeah, does eventually give it up. And with that reclear from KC, there's Presence Tower. Oh, Alexic, nice kill out of heaven. That's the first of the pickup, still 4 on 4.
You can see as well, right now, KC a little bit distracted about that pressure that could potentially come through from main. And the same time, Alexic gets one back. Advantage towards Zero Tenacity.
And you're seeing this late flank coming in from Pyro main, so KC looking to fight this forwards, and they are getting the kills.
They are. Zero Tenacity are looking to finish this one off here. 3 to the good. Ace has a lot to do here, and well, is able to get one of his own. It will be 4 for Alexic, which will be very good for climbing towards that dimensional drift.
And it's exactly the kind of confidence boost that you were looking for him specifically at the start of this series rather than later on. We know that he runs hot, he's that kind of guy. This is a frustrating start for MSH and another player to keep tabs on, because I think as much as you say it about Alexic, you say it about him as well, and how he's sort of remained steadfast throughout their stage so far. As you alluded to at the start, it has been a bit of a bumpy road. But now in this EMEA event, we'll focus on them.
I think as well, with like this KC Blue Stars team, as a roster, like for the most part, it's kind of come from nowhere, right? In terms of like the, how would you put the prestige of it, if that makes sense? Like a lot of people, obviously putting a lot of stock towards Paco's coaching style, how he's able to create superstars from absolutely nowhere. Obviously the biggest one in VCT right now would be Prophet. I mean, I think he was number 2 in the ratings of all the players that was released in a graphic that I saw the other day. But yeah, for this roster, I think this is a really big matchup.
Absolutely, and so Zero Tenacity will simply sweep round number 2 under the rug. Alexic now sitting at the top of the score sheet, 7-0, and that dimensional drift that you were talking about is already online. Paco, as a coach as well, will be very familiar with Alexic, of course. Another player, another duelist active in East. The same as Fangir on the other side, right? And someone I want to mention very quickly as we dive into this. What looks to be a slower round from KC on their full buy.
It's not slow from Zero Tenacity, though.
No.
Look at the space.
They're not going to let up early. Pyro with a very quick insert. Hardly risk adverse, the controller.
I like this though. I mean, Omen generally, especially when we think of Icebox, has started to be played in a lot more of an aggressive position. Obviously, the Euro TP doesn't travel as fast, and that gap close can be left to be desired at certain times, especially if you want to go for a quick play like we see teams do towards tiles.
And with Zero Tenacity pivoting towards this double sentinel comp as well, you can see they're bunkered up on both sides of the map into the last minute, and KC still only just working their way up into market now. Some damage offloaded onto Pretty. The recon comes over the top to just confirm that KC is scaling in this direction. Alexic's already gutted out the A side, so all attention towards B for the defenders.
Yeah, that wall was going down at the perfect time. Good stall. You've also got the traps, the sonic sensors to stall out when the player's trying to break out. There's so much stall potential for Zero Tenacity. But I mean, realistically, it's only going to be the deadlock at the back of sight. It's up to Gramek now. He's got one.
And a smoke in support as well, so Gramek can start to flood out behind this. Time off the essence, 10 seconds or less. Gramek taking him down. It's a triple kill from him, and with MSH finding one back and Alexic drifting into play. Could Ease possibly pull off the clutch? It's one player in front of him, but MSH has visual, and Alexic was there for support in the end. So Zero Tenacity, through that ult built up, have managed to back the bonus.
Yeah, this is a very, very big round to be picking up, because obviously it is the bonus, and well, because of Alexic's start, you've got that dimensional drift to just make sure that you can convert it. Gramek has done so well at the back of sight here. The fact that both players have walked through the smoke, trying to play together, and he's been able to outplay them both is absolutely insane. I mean, credit completely goes to this deadlock. Switching up now to the A side.
Looks like a change of pace as well on what will be the half investment for KC. As you mentioned, slight switch up in terms of where the Sentinels are playing from. And I think that will be some difficulty for the boys in blue here, because it's a different comp that they're playing up against. Some of that prep goes out the window, but undefeated on Ascent so far, the attackers. You're expecting something here, and they have managed to wedge their way into the site.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far up, but there is 3 players above them. The smoke's going down. It's a bit interesting, but at the same time, a little bit of a stall.
Zero Tenacity have given up this space because they do have the Annihilation on Gramek built up from the previous round. So again, potential for an ultimate to have round-winning consequences.
Cover going up.
Maybe waiting for utility as well to come online for Carmine Core. He's just got a double of his own, so it's both Omens getting value, but at the end of the day, it's always going to be the better weaponry that you put stock towards. Soren at least finds a pocket to work with.
But I think Zero Tenacity are aware of this. It's pretty to plug the gap.
30 seconds left.
That was the one spot in the setup that could have been breached, but now dealt with. Only Yopa left. And a 3-player stack on the other side, which this Sheriff just can't quite cut through. It's a nice response from Zero Tenacity, giving respect where it was due, not playing on the site with a fear of getting ran down at close range by that Stinger. Decent work from Ease, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough here, and no extra damage on the way out, so that flawless streak for the defenders does continue.
Worrying so that this could start to steamroll in, and I know that Ascent can be kind of defender-sided depending on how everything is being played, right? We are watching a double Sentinel on their more favoured side, so that's always what you've got to have at the back of your head. But Carmine Core, for the most part, haven't really shown us anything that you would think, like this is going to be a winning formula. Like they've found a win con for them to push forward in, which is a little bit worrying for me.
Into the gun round, the read here from Zero Tenacity is okay, you just went for the fast A play. Not expecting that one again, a little lighter on the right hand side. A double stacked Sentinel utility on B with Electric right through the center. The op collects, that Soren gone. And now trying to force this B issue, it's just not working out. Zero Tenacity, 2 players to the good with a setup to fall back on. The ult's coming in to claim another, and Yopa can do nothing but watch his teammate get sold down the river.
I mean, that's it, right? On top of that, like Zero Tenacity are playing this double Sentinel composition, almost like in an attacking sense, right? Quite aggressive, trying to poke and prod the mains and hold on. Carmine Core are just being unsettled in terms of not expecting the positions of Zero Tenacity. And now they have to try and look for something back in their favour, which at the minute, they're asking a lot.
Absolutely no reason for Zero Tenacity to give anything over here. Electric is inserted in A main, but you can already see him dropping back from Wine. A little more safety as this time should expire, with KC not looking to put any intention into this one. I think Zero Tenacity will be happy to chase out these last couple of players, see if they can remove some weapons, as there are barely any credits there, and that's going to be the first of them from MSH. It's a double for his troubles, a flawless finish to the 5th. Very comfortable stuff from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worry. Again, I see worrying quite a lot here because, I mean, I don't know. There's warning signs for me, and I'm glad that we're going to get the KC Blue Stars timeout from Paco, because they are being unsettled. They're being read by Zero Tenacity, and I think for the most part that they just haven't got a grasp on what the game plan is for the defence.
Always going to be played at a slightly slower tone as you see Fanga go down there. Someone who I do just want to highlight in this timeout, Paco will be having words. Just trying to carve out some openers, because this is a player who was part of the trash can side, which was the surprise package of East last year. That's why I speak about this familiarity with the Diamant contingent of Zero Tenacity, because it was pretty Grumek and Paco that put them out last time around. And yeah, he's been such a promising player so far in the French league. You were speaking about, what direction do these academy projects go in? You look at Koi Phoenix in contrast, and I think they've sort of rehomed a few talents that were maybe a little more well known in Challengers, whereas you look at the list of names here that they've spent their time in regions across the board. Someone like Ease, even back-to-back winners in Spain a couple years ago, but a lot of promise to be tapped into, just not quite tested at this level yet.
Yeah, and I think they've got the perfect coach to do so. Because Alexic here needs to be careful to try and not get caught out. Sees the first player, should know there's more. Gets the wall bang.
I was about to say, up against Sheriffs, you don't want to hang around on common angles all too often, but that shot through the corner of the wall will sit sweet for him. Now spotted by Ease as the Yoru's repositioned. It's one of the issues playing against this agent. He can be literally anywhere on the map at any point in time. And with Yopa already down, that's your main form of reconnaissance gone. They are walking blind into MSH again. This is going to be 6 as we expected, Cairo, but in terms of what KC have taken away from this round, I don't think there's all too much information they can go off.
No, and again, like, this is what we were asking about, like, in terms of win conditions to try and break down this defence. They've not found any, right? For me, like, I would have really loved for them to poke into the extremities. Like, they did it once before, I say extremities, sorry, in towards the middle of the map, like the alternative routes in towards site, whether that be market, whether that be towards tree, and like, instead they're continuing to fight these mains where the Zero Tenacity just have a clear and total monopoly upon.
We did see KC Blue Stars get themselves into post a couple of times, and that did come through mid-control, but into the next of the investments for both teams, it's Zero Tenacity trying to make this space their own. The renewed confidence of Alexic has sent him as the driving force behind this defense all the way up mid, dealt with by Yopa, and that's a big opening kill, something which KC have been without in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and I think that's a massive point to make as well. Fangya is taking all the space for KC, but it does go back towards Prey, so 4v4. This is looking like it's going to be pretty quick back in from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, Spike interrupted by those shocks, and with the hat off the head is the info. Zero Tenacity dropping in, Yopa fighting but going down. And now a 1 versus 1 with Soren locked out in main. Spike on the site and Pretty right beside it. Playing from Dice. Has the turret like you say, but Pretty's just going to take the fight head on. And yet again, it's another Zero Tenacity player winning out a 1 versus 1. The most clutches of any team from their own region. And Pretty once again the captain that leads them forward.
I mean, like, it's the first time that we've seen, like, that first entry pick being used to great value from KC Blue Stars. It ends up scrappy in the site. I don't think we can really be too harsh on either player, right? Because like at the end of the day, someone's got to come out on top on the scrap. But in a 1 versus 1, when you need it most, KC Blue Stars miss the mark.
And in terms of some of these early salvos, it does look like it's just been to take a player off the line. They don't have the combo utility behind it, like the net. As Alexic is already elsewhere, it's the dimensional drift to go first in this train of players. He'll let off an early shot and fall back to a deeper line of cover.
As for the rest of the team, you've got to be... I thought we were going to get the Omen TP coming through instead. No, look at MSH. Stranded on site. Spike can go down. KC Blue Stars finally have an advantage to work with in post.
There was a bit of a disconnect there, Cairo, because you saw the TP out from Alexic. It left MSH all by himself. Now back into this retake. Zero Tenacity lacking the main space. Still, you've got Pyro looking around mid. Time is ticking down, and there are ults to save this. Soren could win the round with the lockdown.
That's massive. On top of that, further stall. survive.
So much.
Able to get Pretty gone, right? There's so much to do here for Zero Tenacity. That's good back in, and surely not, right? There's not enough time to get this done. In fact, there possibly could be. You hear the ticks going away and they're not too fast just yet. You're looking at the tail at the back of sight, trying to play it upset, but still the spike not being worked on. This is just going to be damage towards the rifles that KC have in pocket. That economy going to feel it a little bit, but finally the French side have their first round.
KC getting on the board here is the most important takeaway. The stall was really nice. I think Pretty believed he had a gap, but not safe from the situation. And even just having Yoppa in main there as well for support, making life difficult. It's yet another situation though where they found that opening pick, got themselves site control, and it came at only the cost of a single ultimate. Ooh. Oh. The sole silver lining is that was the Hunter's Fury invested, so Soren does still have the lockdown to work with. Grumek dropping back, dink through the wall, damage relayed back to KC as they're looking to finish on A here, end with a split, but one of those ends to the push has already been cut off, and now they can smell blood in the water. They can see that the short side's weaker. Pretty apparently can spot them through the smoke. This one's gone up in, well, yeah, in smoke. I don't know how else to say it. In flames, even.
I mean, I really like to play the main trap play, to be honest. The fact that like you've got players backed up there to back up like the shots off the Hunter's Fury, because at the same point, he thinks he's comfortable, he's safe, he's got nothing really coming off the back, and the steps maybe disguised by the ultimate. I think this is just going to be orbs
There's
in the
time.
pocket.
No, there is time.
Surely
if Fanga
not.
can get over to site here, absolutely, yeah, TP's, low HP on a couple of those players, so works the situation out for himself, and Alexic's going to run straight in, trying to challenge the Yoru head on. MSH finally coupling for support, but this is a chance to pull off the 1v5. Ace clutch denied by MSH at the end. Warning signs for Zero Tenacity, but that will be number 8.
Yeah, do you know what? Fair enough, mate. Completely fair enough. And I think that just shows you the individual qualities that like Fanga has.
Yeah.
This little play here is lovely just to back up. Well, this is what I was talking about when I thought I was ending out the round, but apparently not so. Insane triple right here. I was like, oh, there's not enough time. The timer's red. Not the case at all.
And to bring that back to what you were saying too, I think KC have looked on the whole a little too individualistic when you're talking about players coming late through mid, it looking scrappy in terms of the spacing, Soren feeling like he has to take that duel early. Up against the eco, well, he's going to win it this time. That's Electric off the board, Phantom in the hands of Fanga. How much further can they take this?
That's the question. The fact that there's a rifle back in hand, and again we speak about advantages and getting entry picks. KC Blue Star being gifted that one there, right? Going to use the lockdown to buy themselves some space, but still need to be careful traversing onto the site because players can hold on from CT and from Market, and those smokes are gone.
Yeah, there are no smokes at all, so it's just the paranoia across, and Zero Tenacity have stopped the Blue Stars at the gate this time. He's just managed to slip the net just a little bit, but again, it doesn't feel like there's all too much that he can do with this. The defenders are just so well oiled. This Zero Tenacity machine making manifest of the situation. Soren able to get away with the spike, so at the very least you're looking at another plant, but I don't think we're going to see the clutch pulled off here. It's another ace required.
And also noted by the camera as well, so Pretty will be happy enough to go and finish that one out. It's so unfortunate that KC Blue Star, they just get themselves like tripping over their own feet, right? Using a lockdown to try and clear out the B side, no smokes to try and get across, so it's easy enough for a crossfire between CT and Market on towards Spain. It's not a bad idea. I just think like they're not dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Sorry, I keep using that sentence, right? But it feels like they're watching the flying coups sometimes.
I completely agree. And even on that round, Soren investing the lockdown, which was held so tightly onto in previous situations, that they are only one off of both Severe and Fanger's ults, so you know, a point here and there could make all the difference. We haven't seen that combination between the Teho and the Yoru just yet.
Oh, I like that. Trying to make sure to destroy the clone to make sure it doesn't trigger the sonic sensor.
Portal closed.
Nice bit of micro from Zero Tenacity. Just happy to throw yet another ult into the pot, as the difference between winning this round, getting double digits, potentially 11, and KC having some kind of a platform when this is a very defender-sided composition could be everything. Electric bailing, op detected, Spike still heading in the A direction, but you can tell that the intended target will be the B site for KC.
Yeah, there's players slowly making their way through main. This dimensional drift looking to clear everything out, and well, 2 players on the site have been noted. MSH though, a little pocket to work with, but easily cleared out by Soren.
Again left alone to his own devices as the B site crumbles. You've got Pyro on a very quick flank, smokes off the Killjoy turret, and is going to be making a reprisal from main. The question is, how long does Zero Tenacity wait as that utility is recovered? Their hand's been forced.
Yeah, it has. They have to try and get out and fight in a dimensional drift as well from the defense. And is this just invested? Is it folly at the end of the day? It looks like it could be the case. Electric's op has to try and re-clear key space. It's going to be very difficult for Zero Tenacity.
Maybe even just looking to lock in those final 3 players here as time is evading Zero Tenacity. They know KC aren't exactly built of money, and that stuff doesn't grow on trees. Pyro for exits, only the one. And so a second round on the board for KC Blue Stars. And while it doesn't feel like all too much right now, the difference between that second and third round, Cairo, is absolutely everything against Z10 here.
It does look like it could be giving them a lifeline, right? 9-3, 10-2. It feels like a world apart, a chasm. And as you have already highlighted, Zero Tenacity on the attack. We don't know what it's like, right? We don't know what this double Sentinel composition will look like, especially with this team who, historically, I've always seen struggle on the attack from time to time.
We can cross that bridge when we get to it. We have plenty of utility to hold on to those sites, so yeah, it's a question of getting in. And KC have been a lot better at that in the last couple. It's MSH's site which they'll test yet again, but this time he has support. Boots on the ground. Electric is here, and so is Pretty. Droning towards main, where it's only Soren inserted right now. As the bolt won't clear him, Electric will. That's a huge opening pick.
At the same time, players walking through, they've been noted. Don't want anything to do with this fight. Doesn't feel advantageous. Alexic, on the other hand, decides to stick a dagger in from the side. So, 2 more players. So it's 2 players advantage. And look at KC Blue. Stars, they're just outside the B main here.
Yeah, recommitting, following through on that B play after Zero Tenacity have this brilliant multi-layered mid-reclear. As the round continues onwards, it's the last 30 seconds and that Spike looks no closer to the site itself. MSH hanging on. Yoppa estranged from his teammate, buried on B. And with double digits under their belt, Zero Tenacity far in front outside of the first half.
One enemy remaining.
After a horror showing in EMEA yesterday, Zero Tenacity, out the back of their debut, go into their own map pick of Ascent against the final of the Academy teams to show themselves on the EMEA stage and find themselves up 10 rounds to 2. Have to remind you all that in this veto, Sunset and Icebox yet to be shown by the French second seed so far this stage. We are very much heading into unknown waters, so to steer the ship back in their direction would be great on the pistol, and it looked like that's what we were going to get, but Zero Tenacity have responded with 2 kills of their own in the mid-duel.
Yeah, I think for me, this veto looked good for KC. Haven't lost Ascent, going into Icebox and Sunset, not showing anything, and already it looks like it's been a disaster. Remember, KC picked the attack side first because this is Zero Tenacity's choice. Will be an open B site, and this is not a position you want to be on if you're in the defence, because if you allow a proper post plant for the attack, when they have double sentinel, they'll have everything they want, all the utility they could possibly want, and it'll be very difficult to get back into site.
In saying that, we've seen the mesh go towards market. Grimmick has the net, and that is about it, actually. KC, on the other hand, you have a paranoia, you have the salvos. There are ways to make this work, but I think the issue on my mind right now is it's a complete retake from main, and with a couple players removing that net one at a time, the penny has dropped. Zero Tenacity are so well prepared for this.
Yeah, Crossfire set up, utility to go, and that's a kill from the salvos. As the players start to come through, oh no, this is getting worried. A 2 versus 1 for Pyro to try and clutch up, which he can. And it just falls apart. It's like a house of cards.
I don't know what was going on there, man. The map flipped. The cartographer gave the table a spin, yet somehow KC made to play attackers, picking up only 2 rounds from that half melee had, have done a pretty damn good job at assaulting the site, winning the retake, and that's round number 3.
Got to remember, it was a string of 8 rounds as well that Zero Tenacity were able to get from the start. I think for now, like this anti-eco, probably not going to see much come through from Zero Tenacity right there on the attack. They have to try and find weaknesses. And KC Blue finally have something in which they can really work with. A couple of shots brings 2 players really low, but is the spikes towards the A side.
Fanga with this Marshall just looking for picks. Damage already on MSH. He's walking a thin line there.
Yeah, I agree. KC, like, I was just going to bring it back to that point I was talking about earlier about like the veto and stuff like that. Like, this is a map, right? KC Blue Stars haven't lost on. When you look at it, like, you would be thinking coming into this one they'd be fairly confident, and on top of that, I think with the resurgence, right, or the surgence of double sentinel compositions, which for most coaches that I've seen speaking about it on Twitter, probably will start to dip away because of the tail nerfs. But I like this iteration that the Zero Tenacity have brought forward, bringing through a Sova rather than using a tail, right?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit more future-proof in that regard. Oh my god, what a shot from Alexic. It's Yoppa who he picks up, and it's a 3 versus 2 on the A site. You are looking at Ease and Savaya both with guns here, and so it's a simple cleanup for them in the end, and Alexic does want to go down so he can buy a better gun in the next. That's exactly what will happen. And to just draw on what you're saying, yeah, it's their pick of Sunset up next. That's an unknown for both teams. And, I mean, the same for Icebox. So it can kind of go both ways. I think, really, as we said several times, all of the pressure, the onus is on Zero Tenacity to come up with a result in this game. Because if they lose, they're eliminated. Even if you win one here, right, and you kind of have to rely on results of other teams, of how Focus do in that game, at the very least, you're expecting to walk away with, you know, an extra ascension point or 2. as it was last time in the groups, and you know, that does go a long way as they are looking towards Ascension at the end of the road.
That's where all eyes are set, right? Ascension is what all the tier 2 organisations work towards, and for KC Blue Stars, we're going to be working towards this main spot, and we'll be looking at Pyro from Zero Tenacity to try and hold up against this, but just decides to jiggle peek. It should hopefully be able to get out of this fairly scot-free, and the timing's insane.
It's ridiculous. The drone's going to come back through, but he's peeks behind it, and now caught in the net is Savaya.
Oh, so
cornered by players on both sides, and so Alexic is going to walk away with at least 3 kills on this round. His impact has been unwavering so far on Ascent, and into the first rifle round, the Blue Star bonus shut down. Looking like this is going to be 11, no retake on the cards.
Nah, you would doubt that would be the case. I mean, maybe there's something to work with if you can try and find Pyro. That means that like your full focus is on the site, but with it not being so clean and time now starting to get far too low, I think this is all but done.
And it is now 11 for Zero Tenacity, their first round of the second half. The attack half comes in the full purchase. I have to say I've been very impressed with Alexic so far this map. Now 20-6. Again, to reiterate, someone who is now making his 3rd appearance at an inter-regional. He was absent from the first stage with the rest of Zero Tenacity. Someone who always runs high on confidence, but if you can get him going whenever he's online, he's literally one of the best that we have in the region right now.
I have to agree, and that's always been felt like a win condition for Zero Tenacity, is Alexic shooting. Well, unfortunately, it won't be able to do so much here as that A main trap goes KC's way.
Smoke is going to be replenished. It's not the one-way this time. So KC continuing to threaten the possibility of a player wine. It's a deeper clear, which Zero Tenacity would need to make, but Pretty is backing away from this. There have been 2 players waiting outside of B on tiles, MSH and Pyro, to group up and go.
Take flight.
And the fact that, for now, the defense have had no sort of problems to move them, right? I mean, that initial pressure towards A main, Zero Tenacity, for the most part, this is the first bit of pressure that they've made coming through from that main position. And KC so resolute in their spots.
Oh, what a shot from Gurmek. Delt's going to come in towards main. He gets cleaned out. That's where this one ends. Pretty playing forwards as the Sova, perhaps trying to sell that he was a solo fake, but there are numbers behind this and there is no time. Soren's already stripped back yet another cut down to size. Only MSH survives with the spike at his feet, and Ease taking his time to get back into the picture. It's a 1v1, but with knives out, no chance. KC Blue Stars can continue their defense.
They can, and keeping themselves alive as well, in this map. Just one round at a time is all they need to focus on. I think they've dealt with a lot of stuff there. I'm a little bit worried that they were quite heavy-handed with their use of the ult here. They use the Armageddon so that they can try and push Gurmek out of A main, thinking that's possibly where the main push is. Instead, get caught off guard by the B, but nice pivot all in from the defense and managed successfully, which is the key point here. Now they need to try and get themselves through 2 big ultimates that Zero Tenacity have in pocket.
The protocols have looked pretty good so far, but it's in these chaotic rounds where problems could arise. Fanga has the op out. Alexic spotted other side of it. And as he puts the mask on, that gate crash is so far in front of the drone. It's just caught Yoppa with his pants around his ankles. And so onto the B site they'll go. Soren is netted and dead. Alexic with a huge double entry, while Ease is going to try and put KC back on course. There's still so much work to be done. The double was good, but Pretty can't push him off the pedestal. It's a 3-on-3 still.
In terms of utility, you've still got Pretty with a decent build. At the same time, though, need to be careful of Pyro in mid, and he's done so well. Here comes the retake, but Zero Tenacity, I think, have done everything they needed to dissuade this. An operator trying to fight against 3. The timing not going Fanger's way. That should be all but done.
Oh, it's a missed tag on the drone, though, so maybe half a chance, but still, you'd need to work on the spike. Pyro's going to get his second of the round. From the backstab to the front lines, Zero Tenacity, as I said at the start, when things divulge into chaos, were all over KC like a rash, and they just didn't know how to handle it.
I think that's the thing with these double sentinel compositions, right? You look at it, and for the most part, the average speed is pretty slow. Likes to default, find out exactly where the best to hit. But if you let it run downhill, there is some set exits that you can do that it becomes like an unstoppable train.
Especially when Alexic is brute forcing from the front every single time.
Yeah.
Again, leading the line and spotting through the gap. Ease is removed swiftly. Such a big gap that this opens up on A. It's forcing players to have a look. One of them is Severe. He'll drop. Yoppa at least claims one back with the ult, but look at Alexic.
Portal closed.
That's the ult on the attack side, so it's just teeing him up for another duel. Not going to win it. Another situation 3-on-3 late, and that's where Fanger finally finds results.
The spike.
Spike in the hands of MSH. Is to get it all done now.
Double here.
Peeking into both, and he's not going to win it out. So another round where KC will just about crawl through. But again, it doesn't feel like the win conditions here are all too repeatable.
No, it doesn't. But at the same time, though, round at a time, ticking away. Paco has one last go at this the timeout. I think for me, totally understandable, right? Like, I think this has been a fairly frustrating map. KC Blue Stars slow to start, even after being able to watch their opponents yesterday. Sure, they never played Ascent, but you get an idea for how they want to play.
This is also the first tournament for KC where officially Captain Cow working with them.
Oh, yeah.
Friend of ours from VCT EMEA does the stats that you see pop up on screen. I know people have been enjoying those on the Fnatic socials especially. But yeah, in terms of the value that someone like he brings to the setup, it is from that statistical perspective, the analysis perspective, right? He's more of an analyst than an assistant coach. Yeah. And I guess this is another one of those games where it's really difficult to come in and have anything concrete, you know, anti-wise, for example, on Z10, where they do just provide this complete switch up. But that's also the other side of the coin when you're then looking at the next couple of maps where KC have been hiding everything for themselves. This round is another opportunity to close up that gap before we think about map number 2.
I think this is another fast take from Zero Tenacity. Look at how they're all waiting and ready to go here.
So Paranoia through the wall. Soren has managed to drop back to sight, and there should be a reveal coming through here as well from Yoppa after the nano. Just to help support any players peeking through, but Pyro TPs into market. Soren gets one, but it's a quick 1-for-1. Trades coming through. Fanger trying to backfill the space. It's the salvos instead that get yet another. But a Pyro on 20 points of health is still a useful one. Spike needs to be taken. This timing's absolutely everything, but Alexic's managed to steal it away, and now Pyrol is on the flank.
He's been seen, he's been caught. The timing of the spike not going down has sold Pyrol away. The players want to go back and re-clear, so now it's up to Alexic. Found by the drone, no utility, but he doesn't have any, so it's just all up to the rifle.
Top 4 clutch players in Northeast, everyone on Zero Tenacity except for Alexic. Could this be his moment to step into the limelight? No, it is snatched away by Ease. And so KC Blue Stars survive for 7, but how much further can Ascent possibly go? It feels like a metronome the way we've been swinging back and forth round on round. And when you're seeing stuff like this, I mean, again, it's just that chaos that they're struggling to contain.
I think the thing for me is Pyro just needs to protect the CT space, right? Just needs to hold on. I understand that he wants to go and get the advantage and get out, but you're already low, mate. Like, make yourself useful for when that spike goes down. And on top of that, you're looking at both teams' ultimates and what they have here. Dimensional Drift plus Lockdown and Retake should be the option for KC Blue Stars.
Oh, Pyro in the back lines. Flick 2 by Fanga. Electric now has his ult, of course, as that A main orb has been collected, so things could be about to get funky.
I mean,
you can see this defender setup is still catered towards short, and that is where the solo MSH resides for now.
Yeah, I mean, you could see a Dimensional Drift comboed with the Hunter's Fury, but I'm sure you'd rather keep that for probably the Lockdown.
Cage triggered.
I agree with you. Zero Tenacity have been allowed access to the site here for now, though. It is the Dimensional Drift of the defenders that goes first. Fanga spotting multiple players. KC yet to flood out in heaven, though.
No, I mean, Fanga's put himself in a position where it's do or die. Like, he's got to be main space, which is great, but if he gets cleared out, this is going to be massive for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, into A main, into Wine. Combo utility coming back through, but the mesh should stop them. The net will now as well. The sensor is in play. Zero Tenacity are still set up.
You can see one of the players, it was Gramek, trying to swing out into main, and now finally we see the lockdown come through. And unfortunately for this, Alexic and MSH, they've got nowhere to go. Went for the lockdown, but instead they lose control of the spike. And with the money being so low, they're almost forced to save here. And KC Blue Stars find themselves in a position that if they continue on this run, which they only need to do for 4 more rounds, I mean, they can easily cut away at the economy of the attack and now start to find themselves trampolining 2 rounds at a time.
I thought it was a very well orchestrated retake from KC, knowing the threats of the comp that you're against. MSH hasn't really saved his traps. It's more been Grumek and those sensors and that mesh as well. So just sending in Fanga early, allowing him to take up the main space as you highlighted, and then having the the signature salvos come back up later on and delaying the inevitable was a nice look.
Big teleport.
Op still in his hands. The TP faked the first time. Just waiting to receive Zero Tenacity here, as it's a mixed investment, and that is one of the rifles gone. Repossessed by Pyro. And the rest of Zero Tenacity are grouping up here.
I mean, you could maybe send Pretty or Gramek to go and pick up that rifle if they wanted, but I mean, that just basically means this is going to be an A split, and with 3 players on the site, I mean, one of them disconnected on that short angle, but it is Fanger's op. You do worry for this take from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the rounds where they don't have the best of guns before it's back in the saddle. But still, those 2 Vandals could cause so much damage, and even just baiting out the Teho ult here is already good damage for them. Pyro trying to make it that much more costly. His sidestep to the smoke is shut down. Severe here and finding the last couple of kills to add the final details. KC within striking distance now, just 3 rounds between the teams, and as I said, there's going to be ecos in there for Zero Tenacity.
100%. That's the big worrying point. The other thing that KC need to be careful of is they've just spent a load of their ultimates the past few rounds to get themselves into this position, which naturally they've spaced them pretty well, all things considered. But now they need to deal with what Zero Tenacity have to come back at them. And I'm going to be honest, there's a fair good amount of ultimates sitting there.
Here's one of them. Seen it a few times already. A good look for Electric. He's the first player to breach the gates of B. And finding himself now in stairs, can call to the rest of the team to support him and get that spike down. Setup coming through. Zero Tenacity stacking up the layers as they batten down the hatches. It is such a difficult retake 5-on-5 for the Blue Stars to make happen.
Yeah, and let's look at the Annihilation. Let's look at the Hunter's Fury when that comes through, trying to get in. And I look straight away that tag's massive, can maybe even get more, and even gets a kill. Advantage Zero Tenacity.
And even then, look at the minimap. Look how many traps and tricks Zero Tenacity still have placed beyond the ultimates, which are continuing to pick away the Blue Stars one by one. Sucked into the black hole, the supernova falls. A flawless finish for Zero Tenacity. They will win it 13-9, their map pick of Ascent, and while it could look that much cleaner for them, I think they'll still be happy with the result considering all of the changes that were made.
Yeah, I think for me this was a very good look for Zero Tenacity, and now we start to head towards you know, a land which has been unexplored for a long time, right? We head to Sunset, and for me, like, this is gonna be a total... Oh, my light's just gone off, but it's going to be a total coin flip to see who wins that one out, because at the end of the day, this is a map that's just been reintroduced to the pool.
Yeah, look, the rest of this veto, at least in terms of what KC Blue Stars will bring to us, what they end up delivering, is an unknown right now. That's where we start to look towards the desk, but I have to say, Zero Tenacity starting the series strong and bouncing back from what was a poor showing yesterday. Twiggy and MP, I'd love to hear what you think about this one.
First off, I just have to say that, you know, the lighting issue, it's not a problem because you're radiant enough to light up the broadcast as it is, Cairo. But, I mean, look, we're heading now to Sunset, and for Zero Tenacity, right, yes, positive, they won that map, and it was in a good fashion, especially that first half, absolutely brilliant from them. But there's still work to do, right? If they want to qualify in first position, there's still a lot of work to do now. They let that kind of possible 13-3, 13-4 slip. And now, considering they have a -14 round differential, that's what it's going to come down to when it gets to full-on tiebreakers between these teams. They need to be increasing that. They need to be getting a good head start on KC before KC gets into their game against Focus.
First of all, I like you rizzing up Cairo. That's what the youngsters would say, you know? But second of all, yeah, Zero Tenacity. I do love that they actually picked this Ascent. They showed that they absolutely were prepared for this. Because at the season, at the regular season for Northeast, Zero Tenacity, they were banning this map. They couldn't... I feel like they couldn't maybe find their identity here. So they were like, okay, let's not play Ascent. It's a new map introduced back to the pool. New map and Ascent sounds weird, but introduced back to the pool, and now they have a great setup here. It seems like they had a great game plan. They were on top of that, on top of that play, and I think I have one brilliant round on showing how Zero Tenacity were actually ahead of Carmine Corp in these rounds, and it was this round 5. I think this was already brilliant showing of Zero Tenacity understanding their composition. Yeah, when you have double duels, some people would think, okay, you're gonna play side, you're gonna hold down the fort with the traps. But no, Zero Tenacity understand that they cannot play that passive. They are starting this round with a fake. We see on the map, there's few different things going on. Omen on A side, gonna throw that one way. Double entry on that B main, Sova deadlock. Then we have operator down in mid, and that operator position is important because what happens here on B main? Obviously, pretty. He's gonna drone, fake that information from B main that the operator would follow up with the drone. Obviously, the enemy drone is gonna make things harder, but Alexic is still gonna capitalize off of that. Going to mid, Soren's a small little mistake showing out that gun, and perfect timed shot to Alexic. Then Kremek and Pretty, that duo just holding down the fort in B lobby is incredible. Not letting things go too passive, but fighting for that control in B main. And this was the devastating point that was for Carmine Corp. After this round, they had to go for a timeout. They were struggling on grasping how the game would work. work, and Alexic was just popping off. And I'm gonna be honest, Alexic was incredible in that match. We have stats to show. What a beautiful match for this guy. 19 years of age, almost 300 ACS. The operator was unstoppable, and incredible performance in this Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what they needed, right? It's kind of what they were missing yesterday a lot of the time, was players that could just pop off randomly at any point, which you expect from somebody like Pyrol, who did get an ace in their first map against Focus, or any of that kind of thing. It just didn't really get started yesterday. Today, they came into the server with a lot of fire, a lot of power. They had something lit under them, right? And they really went for it, and it worked out. And yes, they lost some steam towards the end, and KC started to figure out the game plan, but that's a good start for them. They really do now need a more dominant second map, though. And look, I mean, we're going on to Sunset next. It's not unlikely that we will see something. I mean, we don't know what to expect. That's the whole thing, right? KC are going into this one completely fresh, and also Zero Tenacity are going into this one completely fresh. We had the opportunity to see it yesterday, but it only went 2 maps, so we don't know what to expect just yet. I'm excited, though.
I'm really excited as well. I feel like the operator in the end of the Ascent became a problem there. I wonder if the Sunset is gonna be similar, because the operator was incredible for both of these sides. Sunset not too heavy for the side of the operator, but I'm interested to see what happens there.
All right, well, we will find out incredibly shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with Sunset. All right, everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We've got one map down and out of the way between Zero Tenacity here and, I can't remember, K-Corp Blue Stars, of course. I don't know why that went out of my mind completely. They just didn't show up, so I didn't remember them. I'm kidding. Carmine Core now need to answer back on Sunset, of course. And look, here's the thing, right? For Zero Tenacity, we've set this up already. They really, really need to get a dominant victory here. For Carmine Core, they just need a win. That's all they need, and then they can move on to their next game. Zero Tenacity have already played their first against Focus. They lost it with 14 rounds to round difference between those two teams. So there's a lot to make up for there when we get to the potential of tiebreakers if Carmine Core do win against Focus after losing to Zero Tenacity. But that's not a problem for Carmine Core. All they need to think about, getting the victory here on a map that we really haven't seen from either of these teams. They've scrimmed it, sure, but we have not seen it in the live servers.
I love the comps. I thought that we set the trend yesterday that the comps are gonna be Sova, Cypher, Omen, then you slot your duelist if it's gonna be Yoru, Neon, Jet, whichever, and then you have your second initiator. But no Sova in either one of these comps, and we have a Viper. I wonder where the Viper role is gonna go in the map. We have double Tejos. I love the thinking of both of these teams that, okay, Tejo is gonna be nerfed, but we want to have the strong Tejo for this tournament still, because it is really strong. I was thinking yesterday, why aren't these people like playing Tejo in Sunset? I think it's a struggle. It's something that you really need to pick, and here we see both teams picking it up. I think it's gonna be great. Carmine Corp, they have to just warm up and come into this game.
Yeah, for Carmine Core, a win here is crucial. So now it's time to go into our second map of the series. It's Hazza and Cairo to take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I think this is an interesting one for all of us. It's the first time that yourself and I, Cairo, are going to get to see Sunset in quite a while, since sort of the end of last year, I imagine. And for KC, yeah, there is pressure on them still. I think this project as a whole has always been a case of looking to the long term, focusing on their own individual improvement, and then the results coming off the back of that. But I have to say, I want to see a team performance from them here.
Yeah, I can't agree more, Hazza. I think like Fangier definitely was doing. I was starting to warm up into that last map, but at the end of the day, like it was still felt far out of reach of them, even though we got within 4 rounds. All it just took was Zero Tenacity pulling the trigger, Milan the defense. Could pull the trigger at any moment, and have done so very quickly. Soren lucky to be alive as long as they have.
It's right off the rip, damage down middle. Smoke goes up, Ease could be in for a haul on the way out here, but it's Severe instead that gets the first and may just be the only kill for now. Soren claws one back, but still they trail by a player, and Zero Tenacity are making their way over towards A just as quickly as Casey could try it.
Oh, look at Pretty right now. He's totally been caught off guard, sent around the corner, trying to get information. A jump spot that's cost him his life and could potentially cost the round.
Gramek and Yorpa both opting for different utility. There's a stun available on the defender side, Tejo, and with that player spotted towards back sight, it's an opportunity to isolate them. Yorpa slipped the net, and so has Soren! Easy quad kill in the end. Those final 2 players turning their heads. And so the French second seed gets the first pistol on the board.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, after going a player down, after the initial brawl, you're thinking to yourself, well, is this going to be like a real issue here? Are we going to see Zero Tenacity win another pistol round?
out!
Grenade!
Pull them close.
Toxin screen down. Poison's off.
Last player standing.
Right there.
Drone is down.
Out of charges.
Spike down A.
There. Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
Out of
Last player standing.
Go ahead.
30 seconds left.
Ground.
Here.
Welcome to my world.
Here.
Ores and ore unlimited.
Disappear.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
These guys, let them run. Cutting through. Spike planted. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
All missiles away.
All right, chat, no lies. Did you miss us? I know that people said the co-streamers were coming for our jobs, but we get to live another day. Welcome back to KC Blue Stars versus Zero Tenacity. You join us on map 2. And I have to say, my main takeaway from the last couple of rounds that I've been watching on Twitch with a lot of you is we've seen a lot of brawls, Cairo, and it is that KC team which are winning them.
That is 100% true, and on top of that, Zero Tenacity win one here. B main completely routed out, so they know, Zero Tenacity, that they should start to be looking towards A, especially with all this utility coming in. And players already close by, but MSH, a player who's once again caught isolated.
Losing his life on a couple of occasions. Ult is forcing those players to fight towards the alleyway, but that's exactly where the Blue Stars want it. Rolling Thunder comes in, so does Pyro with a TP, an ambitious one, as KC Blue Stars have cleaned up again. Man advantage. Zero Tenacity still putting the foot down, still trying to fight into this. It's only Electric left. He has to come up with the goods. 1 versus 2. Funneling bullets back into a new gun. There's a crossfire set up, and as he walks in, they will shut it down. The Blue Stars back with 6 rounds now.
Doing really well on this attack. A much better look from last map in towards this one. I feel as if MSH, I don't know if it maybe like misclicked, never got a chance to get his cage off, but I shouldn't have left himself in that position. It put Zero Tenacity in such a tough spot to try and get out. And another thing that I just want to note is you're seeing like utility being flung away, and I'm also looking at Pretty here on the breach, just on that CT position there. For now, let's look at B main as KC Blue Stars look to be aggressive once more to take that space.
They have kept Soren over on A as a late lurk, playing around this Viper Orb, which he's been so consistently using. Hearing the steps of Pretty escaping. Spike should still go down on B here, and that is the intended target.
Spike planted.
I mean, that means that the Viper becomes a joker. Players know the timing in main.
The fact that Electric does get shut down and doesn't find any rewards to that flank, I think, is sweat off the brow of the Blue Stars, as Soren has finally confirmed that late wrap to find value himself. Nice shot from Pyro, but you're asking a little too much here. It's happened again. Pyro has a player behind him. How long are you going to wait, Samir, to finish that one off? It is 7 now, though. And Zero Tenacity not really showing all too much on a round where they didn't bring weapons.
Yeah, I mean, that's just scrappy, right? I think, like, at the end of the day, your job in the defense on these eco rounds is to just do as much damage as possible as, like, the main objective, right? Maybe you could try and highlight discrepancies on the post plant, which I guess for some part, like, they went for the flank, right? They tried to do something different there. Got to look towards A. There's 3 players right now for Zero Tenacity waiting to take a fight.
And this main garage control is so important, and again, Blue Stars have conditioned the Viper Orb, trying to flash out from it this time, but supported by the fault line. Zero Tenacity can put their foot down, Pretty adding to the damage. Second kill now. There are still tools on this attack. They have the Armageddon, should they find themselves in a position to use it, but Zero Tenacity are going to re-engage, and with it, Pretty finds his second. And again, that attack just gets weaker and weaker.
It will do, but Zero Tenacity, we know, sometimes like to give away opportunities to their opponents. So this is not completely a foregone conclusion, especially with MSH just standing all alone. Grimek's able to get a trade. 1v3 for Yopa.
He's just managed to make his way past the salvos. There is an open B site here. Just looking for the tap to try and bait out the first of those peaks, but Zero Tenacity have grouped up. There is a unit waiting on the market side, the newsstand. Just flicking through the pages, waiting to deliver some good news to this defender's side. Phantom peeking, but not quite lining up any more than just the first target. So Zero Tenacity will get another round on the board at long last.
Pull their opponents back a touch or two. I really like this layering on the A main trap, because not only do you have like the breach stun combined with the raised peak, right, but you also have Pyro playing an anti-flash position. So if you do see Fanger going and taking that aggressive peak with his own flash, or maybe even E's doing so, you've got that availability to fight.
It's just a lot of rounds which are repeatable from KC in terms of how they're playing this. The aggression from Zero Tenacity is not going to pan out for them this time, though. Pretty and Alexic split down the middle. It's only the check here. He's already found his first and managed to disengage. Still players heading in his direction, but Pretty's wrapped around to support. The showstopper's come out, but the fuse is cut short.
No way.
Pretty getting even more with the classic, and MSH cleaning up. So another very quick round this time from Zero Tenacity. They doubled down on the A main control, and I have to say, it's been a very good look for them.
The main fight, just they seem to keep winning, and especially the fact that not only that, Zero Tenacity able to deal with the adaptation coming through from KC Blue Stars with the Teal utility. And I think for me, like, Alexi does really well here just to take his fights and win out. The fact that Pretty comes and supports and is able to get 2 of his own, from then on forth, even if MSH doesn't win that fight, you're still going to favour Zero Tenacity. Again, we go back to A main, but is this just going to be a fake? It looks like it is, and on top of that, Zero Tenacity kind of falling out to this, but Severe has just sent it into CT with his ultimate and found two.
Finally getting caught out by Pretty. MSH is all hands on deck, hat off the head, looking for damage, Vandal in hand. Still Fanger locked out in main, but holding up his end of the bargain. Pyro a TP. It feels like every player for themselves on the Zero Tenacity side, as the Blue Stars have barricaded the B site.
What, did Jopa get caught by that ultimate?
Yeah, he has. But still walking away with one. Pyro with a double. He's on the other side of this one-way smoke.
I mean, Ease needs to be careful. I mean, has the stun just come back up online? But in terms of engagements, you're going to favour the Pyro here.
And he's going to win it. 3 kills from Pyro to confirm just the difference of 2 rounds between these teams when we enter the second half. Zero Tenacity have done a brilliant job to recover on this new map in the pool for both of them. And the possibility of Icebox looming at the end of the tunnel. KC needs to keep alive, but Zero Tenacity have responded exactly where they needed. Into the second half, KC Blue Stars do still lead on their map pick of Sunset, but as it returns to the pool, this city at the end of the sun could be where the problems arise. As we know, it is their debut in the competition for both teams at this level. However, the results need to come soon, and from that pistol round, Severe has managed to pick up the first. All focus on main as the attack comes in.
Here. Does so. Defends also out of market. Still continuing this deathmatch brawly style, and Pyro somehow found 3. MSH get one of their own, but that spike has been left to rot. East knows that this should be the case. Worried about maybe towards market or CT. Lots of avenues where this attack can go.
He's still potentially thinking that it could have been picked up, but he's going to hang around on B, and oh, there you go. That is the confirmation. He's seen it now. Spike on the site. Pyral is low. He's the player that MSH will be looking to bait for a quick trade. They have to use the numbers to their advantage here.
I mean, have a smoke to try and cross. Problem being right now, East does have that stun, so both players need to be split up, and that's exactly what they do. But there's a timing here. East maybe perhaps able to get into the smoke and does so, gets control of the spike. MSH with no cam, only has a cage to walk through, and Ease knows this, needs to be careful. The player crosses out and busts the skull of the breach, trying to get and clutch up the round. Zero Tenacity answer back with a pistol of their own.
Yeah, that was really cagey, but still credit to Pyro for opening things up at the start. Alexic trying to take the fight down middle initially, but it's this duel back through market, which is absolutely huge. The smoke up really could have been a problem there as Ease repossesses it, but MSH moving his crosshair to the side when entering the smoke means that the model is spotted a little bit later, so nice little attention to detail from him there.
This is an A trap right now, and contact being taken by the Omen. Breached unready, salvos as well. Zero Tenacity could get caught here.
So fight taken in main again, headshots from Fanga. It's all that he sees apparently. Plenty of damage offloaded. 2 players removed, Gromek down to 70, but MSH has the B site at his disposal, so that spike will make its way over. At the very least, KC can walk away with an orb. And they should know that this is completely compromised. The question is, where does MSH find himself?
I mean, he just deposited himself in mid. It's what you've salvaged in the meantime for KC Blue Stars, and will they anticipate this cypher?
It has been hard cleared. They did hear the door go, so expecting at least 1 player in proximity. The rest for Zero Tenacity. Towards main. Pretty's going to step out on the site, but he is solo in this endeavor with the Guardian, looking to go Scorched Earth, but he gets burned instead at the hands of Fanga. That's now 3. And Gromek requiring 3 more to secure this round for his team. It is slipping away from them. Already spike halved. Walking back in, Gromek. He's got his double. And with a little bit more time on his side, looking to play into the final player, it's Yoppa. But it does get closed by the Frenchman. It's KC Blue Stars back on the horse with a thrifty response.
A lot of mistakes in this round. I mean, you think Zero Tenacity would know that that A main play would be on the cards, especially since they used it in their own defensive half. And then from then on, Fourth has the isolation that Zero Tenacity decide to go for, the individuality rather than plain strength in numbers, is what's, for me, ultimately costs them that round.
There's a little bit of panic in there as well, with Gromek peaking really early on that second tab. Again, we see those Zero Tenacity players just dive straight in. Double TP Pyro, not going to find Fanga as he's already dispersed from the situation himself, but still holding on to the alley space. This a mixed investment after a nightmare on the anti-eco. MSH again free roaming B side, but Soren has support swiftly arriving in the form of Yoppa. Between the 2 Frenchmen, they should be finding this pick, and they have.
I mean, objective now, get spiked down, maybe do a bit of damage, but I don't really think damage is going to be. So the other objective has been achieved. I don't know what Pretty does from here, to be honest.
Even if you can find 1 gun, there's 2 or 3 players right behind it, whichever way you look.
It's not only that, like, one of the players does have the outlaw, like Fanga. So
let's not even chalk it up. Bro's dead.
Yeah.
Like, we go to the next round. KC get 9. I think the important point here, Cairo, is in terms of the direction from Zero Tenacity, sure that was an eco, but they're trying to open these rounds really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's somewhat expected because you have the raise. You create a standard, a precedent, right, that this is going to be quick openings to the round, and that KC Blue Stars need to be prepared for that. So when you switch up the pacing, you go a lot slower. You maybe like get to be able to maneuver the map in any which way that you want. Although we look towards the left-hand side of the map, and there's 5 players stacked up for Zero Tenacity once again.
Yeah. I think the Blue Stars have done a brilliant job at controlling that A main space, but with Fanga having a look through the Yoru ult already, down mid, into main, and now TPing over to the B site. Zero Tenacity don't have an in right now.
But look at the proactivity in mid.
There's a re-clear coming through from the defense. They didn't deposit a player on A at the start of the round, so they've had to go ahead and stick their nose out again, but Soren does the same. He knows this is an execute.
Does so. Pretty stuck in the corner. Feels the chip damage, but still losing Pyro's going to be a massive loss because smokes are gone and players are going on the K-Corp side. Surely you don't lose this one as well. Yopa Force still lucky to get away with his life and calling for support and back screaming. But you've got to be looking at the Omen, who's TP'd past the trip severe. So close, but yet so far. Is the timing going to work out? It is on towards the Cypher at the very least. Gamek low, and the player played in, but it's all just severe. Once more, Pretty coming back with his own. No way!
Oh, dude.
I'm great.
There is no way he hits that.
What? I feel as if I've just had a heart attack or something like that.
Yeah. I really can't say what I want to say about that play, but yeah, well done, Pretty. That's just ridiculous. That's so stupid. Oh my god. Complete, you know, movement error on that final kill, and Yopa's gonna get 2 to open this one up as well. How many times have we seen Pretty make a huge play to win a round for Zero Tenacity? I feel like that was something that was absent from their performance yesterday. But as quickly as you snatch one back, they head into yet another round with a quick pace. And they get burned alive.
I'm going to be honest, Hazza, for me, we need a timeout. I think Zero Tenacity are kind of clawing by, like, you know what I mean, like round by round, just trying to claw one back. But when you look at the overall how this map has been played so far, while Zero Tenacity keep going for these massive like superstar, like blitz out, here we go sort of plays, I feel as if they're just hitting and hoping. And right now, like, it's like going for a 30-yard shot. Like, I mean, come on, big man, you're better to try and walk it in than going for a screamer.
I know exactly what you mean. I have to say, I think that the rationale behind this for Zero Tenacity is they don't feel so comfortable mid-rounding, and I think you've seen that from Pretty a little bit before. Against this team, against someone who has been able to bag Challengers titles previously with his time in Spain and already finding the first against the Eco. They're saying, you know what, if we can just use our firepower to get a strong execute at the start of the round, it's not going to matter. But the issue is, they're not winning the early fights in some of these anymore. Pyrol, the super transfer, the kid into the squad for this stage, has managed to upgrade to an operator at the very least, but once more, you're just looking at someone doing something for Zero Tenacity rather than the team with a real game plan. It's another.
There's another. Spike's
and I reckon he's going to get one more here.
That would be ridiculous if he did. The fact at the same time, Electric has been so passive in his position as well because of the smoke down. And Ease needs to be careful about his spot. Luckily the box is there, but I think they know, like, because the Ease is starting to look towards here.
30 seconds left.
At the very least, one of those players is backed up. You can see Soren just double checking from upper. Is there anyone coming in late? I think now they know. It's time to re-engage. It's a standoff, and there just isn't enough time for this if you're Zero Tenacity right now. Alexi's got to make the move, and with the showstopper out his pocket, was looking to find the next. But Soren plays spoiler to all of this. His position backside is killer. The Op's not even going to be able to exit the round as Soren makes a full dismissal of the Tenacity side of the server. Weaponry recovered, as was the round. Eco getting out of hand. But Zero Tenacity need a result now, as they are just about hanging in this second map.
I know Scotland's been having uncharacteristically hot weather, right? But I feel as if I'm having a bit of sunstroke watching some of these rounds. Like, it's just chaos.
You could take the word sun out, mate. I'm feeling it too. I'm feeling it too.
But finally, Zero Tenacity will opt to use their final timeout here. The other thing about that last round, just to quickly touch on it before we move on, Alexic, if he just didn't snatch at the first opportunity and maybe cleared out that backside position, that round would have been completely different.
Absolutely. Second timeout used by Zero Tenacity. Think back to the first map, and it was Casey using both timeouts. Now they're the ones that feel in control, and it's A&F in slot that we're looking at.
Yes, yes.
On the side of Zero Tenacity, you've not exactly had a standout performer. Everyone has been par for the course. Alexic definitely toning down his performance after dropping over 20 kills on map 1. The question is, where do the rounds start coming from? Because, you know, I don't want silver linings from the previous. You want real tangibles here. There is that Rolling Thunder to build off. And you can see they are taking the slower approach after the 60-second timeout.
Locating targets.
I think this is to be expected, and KC Blue Stars maybe a little bit more uncomfortable since this switch of pace. Wondering where the gap is. Maybe there's a few chances here. I was going to say a few chances for Zero Tenacity to find an opening pick, especially when you look at Soren being so isolated, but instead, Fanger quicker on the mark, gets into in-train. That's Pyro gone, right? That's your smokes, that's your ability to cross sites like this.
That's the guy that was winning you most of these late round situations as well. So my question again posed to Zero Tenacity. Who's going to step into the spotlight this time? The Challengers EMEA stage beckoning, and Sevilla stepping up. Another double kill from him on a site defense, and Soren is right by his side. MSH flashed out of the situation and eased to close up. That's going to be map point for KC. And it's so comfortable.
It is far too comfortable. Again, we highlighted that there would be mistakes, and perhaps when we got into a slower round, Zero Tenacity would look suspect with little to no ability to mid-round. I see that. They've been struggling, right, saying that little to no ability, because we have seen Pretty being able to do it in the past.
Yeah.
But it just
doesn't feel. It just doesn't feel all too well organized right now.
Yeah.
And even Gromek's involvement not feeling like the biggest. The players I want to compliment on the KC side, Sevilla again. You know, this is his highest league placement in France. 7 stages competing in Challengers. First time playing an interregional. It's been lights out on this second map. Soren as well, again showing the value he has on anchoring roles. Previously the duelist on a Chroma, been molded into a completely different style of player. And with him dealing further damage onto a wounded Alexic, Zero Tenacity backed into the corner. They'll head towards A and the op of Fanger again.
Has a TP to get out, is going to run out fairly soon, but decides to opt for that before using an operator bullet first. And ultimate's around. This is going to just be Ascent.
There's no capitalization here, Cairo. Still, Zero Tenacity, Pyro, just about getting behind that vacuum, but the defenders are playing towards the alley, and it's Fanger and Soren yet again. Through his own orb, out he pops, Pyro shut down, and Severe to close it. The controllers in complete control, as it's a 13-7 sweep to finish off Sunset.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what else there is to say about that last map, if I'm being honest. Has a lot left to be desired by Zero Tenacity, but I feel as if that is a phrase I use far too often with this team of such high caliber. KC Blue Star looked very good on Sunset. Zero Tenacity, time to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and it's Icebox where they're going to head. The opening map of the series against Focus last time around. A map which they had made improvements on domestically, but now against your KC Blue Stars of the world, the competition is changing radically. This is a team which is yet to show this map anytime so far this season. So it's a complete question mark as to what it is they're going to be facing, and that has to feel really scary right now after what we have have just seen on a map which, yeah, they had floated yesterday. Zero Tenacity would have played it had it gone to the decider, but now on another map which they have some comfortability on, it's still just zero expectations in terms of their opponents. So I'm concerned for them. The pressure is up, and the desk is up as well. We're going to head it over to Twiggy and MP and see what they think of what we've just seen.
Indeed, we are up. And I mean, the story right now, let's just take a quick break from looking at the game we just saw, is that unfortunately, Zero Tenacity, their run ends today. Based off of that, unfortunately, there is no permutation now where they can make first place in the group. They can still come second and earn themselves an ascension point, so I'm sure they'll still be playing hard here on our next map. But for KC, this is great for them. This means that they have a chance to come first if they win 2-0 versus Focus. We go down to round differential at that point, but this is a good look for them, and it's more like what we wanted to see, even if it was a little bit of a tough win for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love how KC, Blue Stars had this whole map kind of thought out. Obviously, that Viper pick is something that, when you see it in a map like Sunset, you kind of know that that team at least should have been exploring this composition for longer and thinking about all of the good aspects, the bad aspects of that roster or of that composition, and it was a struggle for Zero Tenacity to actually adjust to that. I feel like on the attacking side, Soren was getting a lot of value with that Viper. The wall was incredible, kind of lurking wall towards top mid, which had to be kind of replaced by MSH Strap, or they had to place a player there. It was a hard struggle for Zero Tenacity to find any I think footing there. There was one or a few actually brilliant rounds that I think Zero Tenacity kind of adapted into that round or into that gameplay, where they actually catch Soren off guard with a really quick heavy push, but in the end it wasn't quite enough because they couldn't find anything on the attacking side. Once again, Banger's operator was doing a lot of work there, and it felt like it slowed Zero Tenacity, Zero Tenacity's attack side so much down that they couldn't really find any comfortability there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to let you play around with the telestrator today because, or well, not today. You will later on today, I'm sure. But for that map, unfortunately, because of our tech issues, we don't have anything to show you from that game in terms of analysis and replays. But that's okay, because we've still got another map to go left in this series to decide who wins this one. And for KC, an incredibly important map for them coming up. So we'll find out what happens next in the series and what we have to look forward to in the rest of the group. Later on, we're going to go to a quick break. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. I have some news from our other games. Unfortunately for Northeast fans, things are not looking so good. Once again, this stage is Bitfix Gaming. They played one game. They already can't make it out of the group stage, unfortunately, with a 2-0 loss against ULF. There's no permutation they can make it through either. So 2 teams already not making it out of group stage for Northeast. But hey, we still got 2 left. We still got 2 left. Either way, that's not the focus for right now, as it's not focus until tomorrow against Carmine Corp Blue Stars, as Carmine Corp Blue Stars have one more map to go in this one to try and get themselves their first victory here and give themselves a really good fighting chance against their next opponent. But obviously, as we mentioned a couple of times, this is an interesting map for them, Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, you've already thrown that focus pun twice there, so I'm gonna throw this one. Zero tenacity. It's time to see whether they have tenacity. Okay, that was terrible. Pyro.
No, that's good.
Talk about Pyro. Last map, Sunset. It felt like Pyro was challenging all the time with those smokes. All the time he was challenging with the Omen. He had 10 entry duels as a single controller, which is not great when you have only one controller. Omen there. I think this has to change here. Obviously, he's playing Viper. He's gonna lurk a little bit more. But once again, we're gonna see Reyna. I mean, what is this? Is Reyna the new meta in Icebox?
We hopped in a time machine, bro.
Literally, I'm not quite sure what is happening here. Obviously, KC Blue Stars, they haven't shown this Icebox a single time, so a new composition is bound to happen. But a new composition with Reyna and Gecko. Gecko is actually a new addition to this composition. Like, we've seen a few Reyna compositions. I don't think any of them have included Gecko, so it's gonna be interesting to see whether there is some synergy between those. Maybe you combine the flashes, I'm not quite sure, but Gecko is a great pick for Icebox. Actually helps you quite a lot in terms of those plants, but the trash is incredibly strong, especially when you go towards the A side.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be an interesting map for them. And obviously, here's the thing, right? They win this map, they win the series, then they only need to get a 2-1 victory against Focus to get themselves through in first place. If they do lose this map, it's still not over for them. They still can get through if they flawlessly beat Focus on the next day, as well as they'll end with a positive map differential still. But, you know, for KC, things are looking up. Things are looking up. All they need to do now is close it out for them to do it, considering their lack of history on this map, indeed. So it's time now to throw it over to Hazard and Cairo for our last map of the first series. Go ahead, guys.
Thanks, and look, I think Icebox promises to be quite an entertaining one. Looking at the compositions that we got coming in here as well, it's something out of left field for KC, and in many senses, that would make this more difficult to prepare for if you were Zero Tenacity. However, you look at the previous teams that they've played, every single one of the other representatives from Northeast that we have in Challengers EMEA, they've seen the Reyna before, against Enterprise. They've seen the Gecko before. The question is, can they deal with it?
That is a real question, right? You would hope so, but the thing for me about the Reyna is it's very self-sufficient. The value comes through kills, and if you're not getting those kills, if we see Zero Tenacity shut that agent down, then we could see this be a real struggle for the French side. So with that being said, Icebox getting started, I'm interested to see how they set up their defense side.
That is where KC will be beginning the Blue Stars on Icebox. They started the previous 2 maps on the attack halves. It seemed to work out for them on Sunset. But now coming into this, you're looking at what the setup is like. Again, it's the Gecko and the Reyna playing off of one another. Fanga has the Leer as Zero Tenacity start this one with a berth in mid. Just waiting for that utility to be combined.
Yeah, Electric getting so far is worrying for me. Like, that's already identifying a weakness in the setup of the French side. First initial fight taken, but nothing coming out of it. No damage whatsoever.
And you can see how backed up the Blue Stars are right now. In towards spawn. You've got Ease with Yoppa there. Looks like they want to re-clear this boiler space towards kitchen together. But in the process, it has completely conceded A. Zero Tenacity not having to invest any utility here either. Should even be able to collect that orb before the spike goes down. No one going to do it, so it's just a tried and true 5-on-5.
Not often you get to see that. Yupa has those salvos and, well, the last Lear being used as well, so this will very quickly turn into a death match, and whoever wins the gunfights come out on top. No utility to discern who would actually come through. Those shock darts that could maybe be used in post, but QAC Blue Stars have denied everything right now. Pretty and Pyro have to get those ghosts to work, but it's instead Zero Tenacity who look to be haunted here. As that is one spooky round for the KC Blue Stars.
Yeah, that's definitely one way of putting it. You look back over the last few maps, both of these teams have traded pistol rounds. They had 2 each coming into Icebox, but it's KC that put the first foot in front here. And it's that combo I was talking about on the retake. The Lear gets thrown out, and then the Dizzy right with it, the Gecko and the Reyna. You have to look at, you know, one of them to break it or the other, so you're going to get blinded whatever happens. It's like so off meta in terms of the agent, but it does work very effectively if played correctly. You've also got to think about like the Viper wall up on A. They were completely set for that retake, KC, whether they gave the site up or not. It was all part of the game plan.
I think for me as well, if we see Zero Tenacity play very one-dimensional like we've seen them before, that Reyna Lear plus Dizzy combo is going to play so much of a problem. Sevilla once more doing his work. I played many agents, one of the top flex players coming out of 23, I have to say. And yeah, like back on Wilds, I had a little bit of a spell off. Nice clean-up from KC in the end, and it's nice to see him find his feet on Blue Stars Sevilla.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bouncing off of what you said, I mentioned it earlier on. He's played 7 stages now. I believe it was just the 1 in DACH, and then the following 6 in France, Solary, Wild, knocked out of the playoff stage in the second split by Gentlemates, who of course went on to win promotion, the first of the ascended teams. And with this being a roster as well that don't have the possibility to go ahead and do that at the end of the year, it is still about that development, and another of those players coming in, Fanga, looking to again cause problems for Pretty Squad, but they are dealt with. That aggression has been shut down, matched with a push of their own up middle. This bonus round looks to be falling flat.
At the same time, we look at what's left in the pockets or the hands of KC Blue Stars. No, no, I still wouldn't knock them. I mean, 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian can do damage, and if there's isolated fights, then yeah, there's certainly some real good stuff that could be done here.
I mean, the bigger point is the fact that you've got the nano and the snake bite. Oh, you did. Until he's got dropped there to deny the plan by a bit of time. Soren has managed to find his first, and there are a couple of low HP targets here. In fact, there's even more. Down. Now there's a real chance. Snatched away from Soren. It was only 61 HP between the last 2 players. A burst of the Bulldog and everything could have changed. So Zero Tenacity made to lick their wounds on the way out of that round, as it's great damage in the end for KC.
Yeah, I mean, Soren does so well. Wants to swing on the same angle that he's found success on before. But I guess the biggest thing, the damage being done. Let's look at the pockets of Zero Tenacity has it. They lose this round. I think this could possibly be a swing, or even the next one being a swing round.
Alexic again driving up middle. Refracts all the way back down the tube.
I like this though, because it's a nice agent to create a question mark space that now, look at KC, they are forced to go and deal with kitchen.
It's what we've seen be most useful for the Waylay. As you said, just diving into space and giving it up, allowing the rest of the team to capitalize, and that capitalization comes through the macro, and an isolated Fanga on A, who's been left here as Severe was headed elsewhere, but as those steps are heard, KC have a better idea of what exactly is going on.
Oh, that drone's big, the information that it's just caught.
And in terms of this Outlaw, every single player is on light shields, so Fanga can get those orbs up and dismiss straight out, and that's what he'll do when he finds Electric.
Yeah, well, it's only the first player though. There's plenty more to send their way, and that's exactly what they'll do. This flash perfect. It actually shows the molly. It's once again the Gecko of Sevilla who's able to get value, and he does so once again. That Thrash online, and Pyro left to wonder what the hell happened to the rest of his team on that site. Look at those 3 X's at the back of Ahaz. All 3 players trying to fight deep. Spike lost its screens. Just trying to trade out one player.
It was a bit crazy. Severe with the flash. Just not dealt with as well. No one drags the crosshair up the screen to try and break it. And as I was saying, the Reyna is great if you can hit your shots, especially if you pair it with an op. We've already seen a certain affinity to those snipers from Fanga and have better performances when he's running them. So this Outlaw allows to get value, get one-shot kills and dismiss. It's huge as well. And you're just talking about Severe again. It's a player you've already mentioned that we have a couple of times. You know, he used to be on the Chamber back in that meta that we had before. He can play Duelist. We saw that from him at Spike Nations, representing the UK. And even the Omen on the last map as well. Look, this guy can do it all.
I like that though, showing his flexibility, and he's really filling a nice role.
That's what KC has also been about, not just this academy team which they've now created, but even the main roster. You think of the project that went to Madrid last year, while there may not have been as much longevity to it, and Pyro here finding a kill is huge to open up A.
There.
It was about molding those players long term, and they've got plenty on their books here, but they've got players to deal with on the site first.
This is like ships in the night. Sevilla's worried about where Pyro could have gone and seems to have slipped the net. Players caught out, should be easy enough to capitalise upon, and does so. This is brilliant on the luck. Spike though, and this round should be well out of sight for KC. No chance, or should be no chance, of getting back in. Electric will confirm that. Does he think about a save, considering the money in pocket? That's disgusting.
It is. It's absolutely gross. And while we're waxing lyrical about KC, Zero Tenacity have demanded our attention. Coming into that round, I think it was just the sole rifle on Pyro. Walks all the way up to Boiler after we've seen Electric rinse and repeat, use the light speed to get up middle, force players to go searching for it. And while it was a scrappy first duel, when they have players in position, the rest is just a cleanup job. So another brilliant moment from Pyro. Again, the exact reason why they paid every penny for him.
This is really nice on the round, Ohaza. I mean, what we've seen so far is Zero Tenacity using the Waylay to go up mid and destroy the KG utility every time. KC Blue Stars this time decide to be proactive, fight it head on, and then pivot into an A take, right, or to flood back in. But Zero Tenacity have actually countered this pretty well in the macro game.
Severe also using the Thrash down B long to join up with the mid push, was able to recover it, so he'll get a second go of that whenever it's needed. And as Zero Tenacity look to pivot their attention back towards the A site, and they'll be attempting to finish this round. We're going to get that second Thrash, so with 40 seconds or so left, you can see here Zero Tenacity held at the gate with the Viper wall. The Nano's doing damage, players can't quite get in, Spike's still not down. They are set up for this retake.
Alexic able to easily get out, and they've got the Whaley ultimate as well in case they want to try and find even more delay. And well, they're actually going to go for it. Pyro being burned on sight, and he can't move. This is a nice combination of the Hunter's Fury as well as Electric's rifle, let's be honest. And this is called KC Blue Star. They want to save.
Just making things really uncomfortable for them. Zero Tenacity, once they get into post. We'd seen the strengths of KC were coming through their retakes, having players in the right position, reading the flow of the map pretty well so far. And even on this round, that mid push, the ult from B long, all of it is designed to try and move players into the A setup. The game plan was set from KC, but it's just the execution which isn't quite there, as Zero Tenacity bring a couple of big ults of their own, the Sova and Waylay, to just disrupt. And I think that was the story of Ascent as well.
I would have to agree, 100%. Back to 3-3. Couple of missing pieces for KC Blue Stars, whether that be in the form of light shields, or whether that be a Bulldog or a Guardian. Not everything entirely there, but enough to compete with what Zero Tenacity have. What does this Rolling Thunder bring forward for the attack? As Ease is maybe feeling the pressure of that drone.
Well, Fanga finding MSH at the start of the round. This is quite a common default setup that you will see for teams. When you have both of your traditional lurks, your Viper and your Killjoy outside of A, it's not too often that you're going to see someone take that peak dry though, so it's a huge punish. Pyro is still one away from the pit. They do have this Rolling Thunder for an execution, but Grimex on the other side of the map, so it's going to be a while before he can group up with the rest of his team, who are slowly scaling towards the right-hand side again. KC have been prepared for this before, but the retakes have dropped off in form in the last couple.
Lucky for Zero Tenacity that the drone doesn't find anything. A red herring allows them a completely free sight. And coming back in, like, look at the utility.
That's crazy. Electric went right over the top of screens and then refracted out. Collects the information on at least one player. Didn't take the kill, but while the util dump from KC's there immediately, there's no follow-up from it. And now their pockets are practically empty. You've still got the wingman for the defuse, but that's about it.
Rolling Thunder still to be used as well. The stun hasn't hit. That's the thing about Breach. That stun can feel very, very thin on this map. We're even going to get the lockdown coming through. Players need to get forward here, because if not, they're going to get frozen out of the sight, of the spike, of any sort of denial. That will be the case, as it will be for Carmine Core Blue Stars.
Team Ace.
It's a much needed round, a successful retake from KC. Seeing a lot of the time they're going to put that toxic screen up, the Viper wall, as Zero Tenacity are hitting the site. Just keeping tabs on what the toxins then look like when they make their reprisal. The lockdown was well placed. It forced Zero Tenacity to try and engage. I've still been quietly impressed with how Electric is running this Waylay. But in terms of, other than just that space taking, I want to see a little bit more impact from him, because we know how he can completely take over a game. Not quite seeing that just yet.
Gonna fall back.
Here he goes.
Yeah, just looking for information, but no chance of getting out of that one. Zero Tenacity feeling maybe a little bit forced to try and get a trade.
And that's all that it is. It's him taking that space, he collects the info, but you're not getting the extra value. So many times he will do this. Defender-sided ult comes in, just flushes Zero Tenacity away.
Pyro
and they've been shut out at the door, and they've made no real advances.
Yeah, Pyro found a little pocket though to stand in front of the ultimate, so a player could catch one off guard, but instead it's Fanga once again to move forward, find one of his own, 2 to the good now, and Zero Tenacity haven't decided to walk away. They still want to try and force this issue, and at the same time, KC Blue Stars, they've got all 5 players here, and they know where the last 2 are. They flood back in, and I'm going to be completely honest, that's a bit of a head scratcher.
I'll tell you what it is. It's a flawless round from KC. And I agree. It's exactly the point that I opened up at the start of the round. You know how good Electric can be. He is now staring down the barrel of a third group stage exit from one of these inter-regional tournaments. We all saw how map 1 looked. He finished that one 23-12 with 8 first bloods, just the 5 first deaths, flipping then very swiftly onto Sunset, going negative in the same metric, kills and those openers. You have to really look towards what value he can give to the rest of the team. And right now, it doesn't feel like any of these set pieces have any setup behind it. It's completely individual.
Yeah. It's not even just completely individual for me. The biggest head scratcher when it comes into this, right? Like, Zero Tenacity just get like not even blindsided. It's just like they're so focused on the one issue. They're like, oh, we need to trade out Electric, so let's keep going, and then they don't stop, and it's like keep going, keep going, keep going. And I just feel as if they're stalling themselves out. Like they don't need to do that. It doesn't need to be. It's so one-dimensional. And it feels like something that we used a lot of the time, Route 1 Valorant, right? Like, they're just sending it. I don't see where the value's coming from. Like, there's no diversity to their play at the minute.
Well, there is now. It's an op in the hands of Electric. So just looking to be treated to some form of contact. However, that isn't going to arrive until they reach the choke itself. Yopper is just face-checking this, and as soon as he spots the players, the salvos are going to come out, and you have both flashes that I was talking about before. This is a very dangerous trap.
It's going to be triggered by the tail drone as well. There you go, straight up, the players go and fight, and well, it's one and done. There you go, we're done. Yeah. We're happy with what we've got, and we're out.
Can't shoot both blinds, just not possible, but Electric, acutely aware, does get one back, and with Pretty also throwing some layering, a little bit of mid-control presence into the mix, does force KC to try and react to it. It's Soren to walk down and frisk this attack, but they have the info. This is still a B play, and Severe is still here with the support of Yopper to do it.
And so still hasn't been cleared out, takes his chance, but maybe snatched a little bit too early. The wingman almost gets one player, but at least Soren capitalises on their opportunity. 3-2, and the player count, and time getting low. Spike still not down, getting worrying, and with Spike down, that's it all over. The last remaining player of Electric has to get the Spike down and find 3 players. I feel as if slowly but surely Zero Tenacity are finding themselves out of depth.
I agree. I'm definitely seeing reflections of that Diamant game against Galacticos that we had back in the play-in stage of Ascension last year for Pretty and Grumek. These teams, when they hit the inter-regional stage, just don't feel like the playbook goes far enough to compete effectively, even when you have the quality in the side. It's Fanga to go down mid, searching this time again, paired with Severe. Beyond that turret, eases solo on B, has to play this smartly and does disengage, but hit by the Waylay ult. Actually, no, in fact, able to reposition, thrown straight into the hinder. It is an opening pick, but Fanga is still on the scene.
Yeah, able to get one back. At the same time, MSH with the Viper's Pit will be able to get this lockdown into position, and now they're going to buy so much space. Look at the circumference of this ultimate.
Mosh Pit goes in, salvos as well. That's a denial of the lockdown. Fanga finding Alexic. Still has the Dizzy to go back into this snake pit.
All the players are on site. Yeah, look at Severe. He's in the pit! He's in the pit! What? And MSH is already low! This is so doable. I mean, Nano Swarm, there's only one in pocket, but you also need to find Fanga, who knows exactly what side of yellow you're going to be on. There's no way that that's just been won out by a solo play from the man of the moment, Severe.
Yeah, I mean, the entry work here from Electric's really nice on the Stinger. The combo utility of the Aftershock to just clear up. But then once there are bodies on the site for Zero Tenacity, it doesn't feel like they've thought through the next set of steps as to how they win the round. Just expecting KC to come barreling into them. It's double digits for Fanger as well. Playing on his lonesome, using Reyna's unique skill set to support himself. But still, you feel that there's tradability about the way that they're approaching these duels, both the Gecko and the Reyna. And as I said, right, what? We're just dumping ults on site. Okay, you put in the Waylay ult, you catch the first player, you've got the pit on site, we have this deep control. But beyond that, that's where the thinking stops, I think.
100% agree. I think, like, do you know what it's like, Hazza? Do you know what it's like? It's like getting a tattoo or like getting someone commissioning a drawing, right? And it looks amazing, the lining's great, but then someone just gets a blue crayon and draws all over it. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real attention to the detail of how the round's meant to look. The plan looks great, but once it gets past that, it becomes like dominoes.
Absolutely. I think, if anything, for Zero Tenacity, that round does demonstrate that Electric can find very impactful opening kills if he is supported correctly. It was his own ultimate, of course, that he capitalized from, but I already mentioned the breach bomb there. Just little things like that to help give an extra spring in his step. But that's exactly what Zero Tenacity need now. Just the 3 rounds as it stands. And they have lost 4 out of the previous 4. It's been one-way traffic as the Blue Stars are on course
Placing swarm grenade.
to be finding their first ever win in the competition. At the first time of asking.
Yeah, it could also be set up a really nice finale tomorrow against Focus. We'll see if that is the case. As for now, the repercussions of this round might be felt by Zero Tenacity. Economy-wise, looks as if KC, for the most part, are leaning heavier towards A and happy to just have Fanger sitting on his operator B long. I think Zero Tenacity are expecting some sort of reaction, some sort of play. And KC Blue Star are giving them nothing.
Yeah. I think KC have a very set way of how they're playing this. The only thing that at times they have struggled to handle is this mid presence from Zero Tenacity. And on this round, there are 3 players in the tube rather than just the 1. It was only Electric spotted.
Don't miss me too much.
A little bit more behind this. There's the stun to try and set him up. Nothing found. Refract not yet opted for, as they're continuing to fight tooth and nail through the middle of the map into what should be a B split, but Soren's cut them off at the halfway point.
And not only that, the tail utility's gorgeous to set up Soren. Spike is down, and Pyro left with it all to do. I mean, 15 seconds left. I would be happy to call it here and opt for the save, considering the money situation in the next round. KC Blue Stars look to hit 8 and do the damage in the first half already.
Oh, Pyrol is so good. He is going to walk away with a couple more kills for his troubles, but it is rounds which Zero Tenacity desperately need right now. KC Blue Stars have started this map off very well. They lead 8-3. One thing I will say, though, is that it is the defenders' sided halves where Zero Tenacity have been at their best. They do boast a 70% win rate. So it is the preferred side of things for them. I have to say, though, the difference between trailing 9-3 versus 8-4 is a world apart.
We see that every time. I mean, 1 round is the biggest difference. I think Fanger's been caught here. Yep, noted. At the same time, though, Soren, who's been given the job of defending mid, has so far done a very good job of it.
I love the way that you put it too. That is his role right now. He's not a site anchor, so he's saying, you know what? You're going to interact with my setup. If I play in front of it, then it's less expectation. And well, MSH is able to catch Yopper in transition. The alarm bot remains on the cross through Boiler, and this is where Soren wants to have a second look at it. Missed shot this time. Info traded. A stalemate in middle. Zero Tenacity look to finish the half with another A execution. They have struggled so much with this push up until this point.
And look who's on the site. It's Severe and Fanger, who have been playing so well, but that Dizzy sent out early and they got no information.
30 seconds left.
Severe playing behind the same box that he has done so many times, either him or Fanger. It's one or the other. The 1-2 punch unleashed, and Severe clobbers C10 to the canvas.
7 seconds on this lockdown as well is going to push the players back. This is done.
It's done. I mean, you're detained or dead, and MSH opts for the latter rather than the former. It's the Blue Stars in front on the final map. Their first showing on Icebox has been fantastic, and while the second half should be the better of the two for Zero Tenacity, there doesn't seem to be much left in the tank of this first EMEA campaign. Well, KC Blue Stars said goodbye to their undefeated record on Ascent at the start of this veto. It looks like we're quickly approaching the possibility that they add 2 more. Sunset going their way, and now on Icebox, a chance to close on the attack side. This is where Zero Tenacity fell massively short yesterday. 10 rounds conceded on their third most played. Up against Focus, and it's another pistol, which starts with Severe, starts with success for Blue Stars as they look to take the lead with their 4th in this series.
I mean, how do you even get back into this one? You're looking for like isolations, and the only one that's isolated is Soren, who's playing as a late flank in a win condition for KC Blue Star.
Zero Tenacity have to retake quickly. They can feel that their presence in this tournament is slowly slipping away. They failed to make it in the first stage, and now the second could be falling short. Pyrol has his first, always good for at least a couple. But now he needs to find 4 more, and as Soren arrives late to the party, it begins for the Blue Stars in the best way possible. That is now 4 pistol rounds that they've won out of 6. And I have to say, Cairo, it feels like the day just gets better and better. They have turned things around brilliantly from map to map.
With every round win is another nail in the coffin of Zero Tenacity. One nail at a time, one round at a time. They find themselves going for more of an FPX buy, 3 rifles, 2 pistols. Again, we speak of isolations. We look at Soren, and how many players is walking towards this killjoy?
All he has to do really is collect the info. He's a probe in this endeavor. Complete silence as they walk up, but there's an alarm bot checking it, so Soren should now know. Almost equal footing. He'll be taking the fight on against the rest of the pistols, but there's the first onto Grumek, and while Pretty will be able to make amends for his long-time teammate, we're already in post on the other side of the map, and KC is set up for this.
Yeah, exactly. All the utility there, but look at Electric. He's wanting to send this.
He's going to try and dive in and cause a problem. Recon needing to be dealt with by ease, but the refract back means no ground garnered. Back to square one for Zero Tenacity. MSH finding brilliant damage with this Sheriff. But Severe not yet considered. Late through middle. Again, a harrowing conclusion to a round for Zero Tenacity. Felt like they had a little bit more going for them there, but just stolen away at the 11th hour as the round goes in.
I think for me, a good round all in for Zero Tenacity though. If you think about the longevity and this map, I'm maybe coping a little bit, but it's good damage, right? So this bonus round won't be as strong as what we expected it to be. Only the 3 rifles brought forward in this next one. Thrash available though, which is the biggest issue I can see Zero Tenacity dealing with.
And as some of that early util gets recovered, it's a stun over the shoulder of Alexic, but he's just dropping in. I don't know what he expected to happen there, but it's not the same movement error that can bless them 2 times in the same series. Sevilla's ult doesn't quite get the detain around the corner. The AoE doesn't land, and so Pretty will stand. 1v1 in middle, Ease other side of the smoke. Does get dropped, but nice shot, Severe. These pistols still putting in work. C10 have been halved. I know there's only 1 player left.
I mean, what does Pyro even do? He has to stand up and be counted, but the only thing that's being counted right now is how many rounds KC Blue Star have got in a row. 3, with the potential of 4th, and that's going to be the killing blow. 1 more round to finish out this series and to have a brilliant debut for the French #2 seed.
Yeah, the beginning of the series, not the best, but lessons learned. Hearing from Ease, he said that, you know, while they were able to surpass the former French champions in job life, it was a shock to the system, that loss in the grand finals against Valiant. Hadn't dropped a map up until that point. But with 3 going against them on grand finals day, feeling confident after their trip to Ivry-Coqueron, home turf in Paris. It looks like they found their feet in EMEA. Back to winning ways. That 4 map drought ends.
This looks like it's going to finish on A as well. Pretty playing an off angle in nest. Calling for support. The utility going to be heard. Can you withstand everything that KC Blue Stars have to send towards you? Need to be careful of this drone. And it doesn't get any information. This is a red herring right now for Zero Tenacity.
Alexic hanging around backside, diligently cleared. He's able to get out. Still holding on to that backside space as the attack intensifies. Fanger in behind, and with the Frenchman by his side, it looks like KC might just have done it. The 13th round looming over the heads of Zero Tenacity. Another failure as they take to the EMEA stage. It's Severe to send them home in flawless fashion. 13-3 on Icebox. 2 new maps for the French 2nd seed. But I have to say, they surpassed all expectations with the performance they showed us.
Yeah, and I think Northeast fans will be underwhelmed by the performance of this region so far. We expected the North as a whole to be probably the weakest coming into this year. But I think Zero Tenacity, for me, as well as Enterprise, were going to be the saving grace, right? The teams to go and do something different, and they just haven't lived up to expectations. Enterprise, obviously, we'll get to hear from later, but as of right now, that is Zero Tenacity officially knocked out of this inter-regional tournament, the second of this year.
Yeah, and no opportunity to get further points. You talk about this being an organization which wants to attend each and every one of these along the way. It doesn't really count for anything if you're not able to add to your points total. That's what these situations are for. Whether it's, you know, placing second in the group or actually making a deep run in playoffs. If you bomb out 0-2, then there are no returns. And as you mentioned for Northeast as well, to tailor the conversation in that direction, you now look at Enterprise being the only team from Northeast which went last time to not take a single win, now being the only one with the opportunity to go into that game against UCAM in just a little bit without a defeat against them. Pixel, Lumina, Bitfix, and now Zero Tenacity all suffering losses in their opening couple of matches. So not the best for Northeast, but for the French, they'll be happy. KC Blue Stars with a debut to remember. Yet another Academy team which has hit this stage and found the performance that they needed. We're going to throw it back to the desk. It's Twiggy and MP to take you through the rest of this and interview one of the players.
Thank you very much, Hazza. We won't have an interview, spoiler alert, but as it is for Carmine Corp, they're going to be quite happy with that, obviously. That sets them up really nicely for their game against Focus. All they need to do is win 2-1, and things start to go into, you know, permutations there. But if they win 2-0, that is it. They're through in first seed. Focus, obviously, if they win, they've already won a 2-0, so they're through in first seed. So it really just does come down to this final game for both of these teams. Who is going to win? Who goes through in first seed? But either way, I think now both of these teams have guaranteed that they get themselves one Ascension point at least. It is Zero Tenacity locked into third position with that result. Unfortunate for them and unfortunate for Northeast as a region, once again, that the second seed is not you know, showing up as much as we might hope on that European stage. But regardless, it's a good look for a lot of the teams in this region. It seems like things are growing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Carmine Corp, Blue Stars, they were just incredible. It seemed like Zero Tenacity kind of had the grasp at the beginning. Ascent was amazing. Sunset, it kind of started slipping away. And in the end, there was just no chance in the Icebox. It seems like the international stage for Zero Tenacity in Icebox is something that they stumble upon, and they are like, okay, we cannot deal with this, because yesterday it was 4-13 against Focus, now 3-13 against Carmine Corp Blue Stars. So I think there's a struggle, and definitely Carmine Corp Blue Stars incredibly played. I think they were really on top of their game in this last map. I think there was incredible shots coming through, but very well played as a group. I just think Zero Tenacity couldn't get on top. Alexic tried to get some picks here and there, but couldn't quite get all of that aggressive. Sure, there was multiple attacking side rounds where you would go to the two, break the turret, find that angle in mid as well. But in the end, I feel like Carmine Corp Blue Stars, even though we were kind of, or at least I was kind of questioning whether these unknown maps are going to be good for them, they showed that they're absolutely great in Ascent, or in Sunset, in Icebox, and they smashed it.
For sure. I think you want to take a look at one of the rounds early on in this map. So why don't you take me through round 5 here?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was one of the best rounds for Zero Tenacity. This was incredible. So something for Northeast. Okay, Alexic just dashing up in mid, breaking that killjoy turret. Some would think, do you just waste all of that utility from Waylay to just break one single killjoy turret? But look at where Pyro is. In the end, that killjoy turret break will grant them many kills. Pyro getting that first entry right there from the lurk. That's the only rifle that they have in this round. And look at Pyro, where he is again, a second time in this round. Carmichael Blue Stars, they have no idea what is happening. Pyro finding a second kill, finding a third kill, and in the end, that small minor detail at the start of the round absolutely won them that round. Sadly, for Zero Tenacity, I think that was one of the brightest lights for them in Icebox, since Carmichael Blue Stars were incredible. But I think that was a brilliant round on showing maybe something small that happens at the start of the round can be very detrimental at the end of the round, because that is not a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'd actually like to see more Icebox out of Carmichael off the back of that one, or Carmichael Blue Stars off the back of that one. It looked very encouraging in terms of strategic play for a map that we have not seen from this team. So, I mean, for Carmichael, obviously, they go into the next game feeling pretty good about themselves. It is going to be their game against Focus that will wrap up that group, but we have another game for you from another group. It's another Northeast team, this time a team that we have kind of been pinning our hopes on at this point slowly, as most of our teams have been dropping out of the competition one by one here. It is Enterprise Esports versus UCAM. UCAM have already won 2-0 against Valiant, the French representatives. And so for Enterprise Esports, now is their opportunity to sweep this one away. If they get that 2-0 victory versus UCAM, things are looking incredibly good for their chances to get out of the group stage and into the playoffs. Our first team possibly into the playoffs this year, but we're yet to see. We will find out very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Enterprise Esports versus UCAM.
Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce, yeah, my
Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Day 2 and Series 2 now as we move on to Enterprise Esports versus UCAM, an incredibly important game for the whole of the Northeast region, considering two of our teams have already been eliminated from the group stage, and Pixel Lumina, their chances of getting out not looking so amazing, facing BBL Pacific next as well. But that's a story for tomorrow. Right now, we have Enterprise Esports, our first seed from Northeast, and excuse me using terminology like you know, they are kind of, look, we're a Northeast broadcast team, we're gonna have a tiny bit of bias, but here it is, right? Enterprise Esports playing currently who are number 1 in the group at the moment with a 10-round differential, with a 2-0 map differential. UCAM entered into this one yesterday very strongly against Valiant, and now definitely kind of the ones you're gonna have to dethrone if you want to get out of the group stage here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it was a really impressive match for UCAM. Obviously, Valiant is not a stranger to having a really high intensity game, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. UCAM actually 13-5 Valiant in their own map. Their second map was kind of closer, 14-12. But I think one of the most impressive stats that UCAM has right now is that they have only lost 4 matches throughout the 2 seasons that they have played in the Spain Rising. Obviously, they have best of 2 games in the regular season, so a lot of those games are draws as well. But I still think it's quite an impressive record, and obviously a lot of impressive players in this roster. Flickless Aura just left this roster, went to Giant X, the VCT region, and I think they have been incredible on the EWC tournament already. Now there is Chatty on the roster and Katu. It's impressive to see what these players can do, how they can perform here, but on the other side you have a strong, really experienced roster of Yas, Kiles, Starkey, Doma, Zeke. There is no missing experience here. Obviously, champions winners. I mean, I think we said that like 10 times already, but it's something not to take too lightly.
Yeah, no, definitely, for sure. Enterprise Esports have been an impressive team for us, obviously, as a region in Northeast, losing out on a lot of the teams that brought us, you know, the kind of great performances last stage, very early on in the playoffs. You know, Enterprise Esports were the ones that remained, right, and stayed at the top, rose to the top of that one, managed to win out the grand finals in 3-2 fashion. Let's keep in mind that Zero Tenacity did take 2 maps off of this team, and they're already eliminated from this tournament, so maybe a little bit of worry coming into this one, but they were confident, right? Coming into this, they were like, okay, well, we know who we're playing up against, we know what we've got to play, and we've already been here, so we know kind of the stakes that are going on. So I do think that they are looking good coming into this one, but I think you wanted to take a look at a specific player from Enterprise Esports, maybe the standout player from the grand finals of the Northeast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. From the grand finals, the left side of the stats is the grand final stats for Doma. It's obviously a head-to-head Doma versus Doma. Impressive grand final for Doma. That was 87 kills, 64 deaths, and 36 assists for the final. That was a full best of 5 against Zero Tenacity, and it was impressive. I think Doma has been okay throughout the season, but I think he has yet to unlock his potential. I think the grand final kind of showed what the potential that Doma has, and I'm really interested to see whether he can actually bring that potential here to Challengers EMEA, because I think he has it. He could absolutely carry this team with the supporting role, being the initiator of the team. But I think he has been incredible part of the unbeatable record of 7-0 for Enterprise on that stage too. But yeah, obviously on the other side you have UCAM Esports. Katu, Chatty were the 2 players I kind of talked about here. Chatty, incredible performance already yesterday. We're gonna see some stats a little bit later, just in a second. But I think this roster has been making waves. Like we said, against Valiant, that was an incredible performance overall already. But they have been incredible throughout their whole season. Sure, roster shuffles, they always makes things a little bit harder, so I'm interested to see how they can fare up against Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, for sure. It's a completely different team, I think, coming into this one. I think the Northeast have always had a little bit of a different play style. It was mentioned just yesterday when we were in an interview after one of our games. It's just like, yeah, no. I mean, it's going to be a very different game when we play against Carmine Core. When we were talking to your boy Lewis, I think, from Focus, just saying that we've got to completely refocus kind of what we're going for. Zero Tenacity is a different opponent completely in terms of play style, and so I think there's an element of that to this, right? Enterprise Esports, we've seen ups from them, we've seen downs from them, but here is Chaddy, who is going to be doing probably a lot of the work to try and stop Enterprise Esports.
I mean, that debut yesterday, incredible. Over 300 ACS, KD of 2.4, and that's from 2 different maps. I think that's one of the best debuts that we're going to see in Challengers EMEA. We're going to see in a team. Chaddy, obviously, a new player to the UCAM roster. He gets to play against his former teammate in Go Next, obviously Zeke on the other side. I imagine it's kind of bittersweet meeting, as if UCAM actually wins it, that would mean Enterprise Esports are out of the play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, here it is for UCAM. If they manage to win this one, they're already through. That's good. They've won both of their games. They're going to be moving on into the playoffs. Even if they don't win, it's not the end of the world, right? Even with a 2-0 loss, there is still a chance that they make it through. Lots of different permutations for that kind of thing. But for Enterprise Esports, obviously, this is a big game, right? You want to start this one off well, and then you've got Team Valiant, who have already been taken down by UCAM Esports Club. Should be an easier game for you. So this is actually probably the most important game of this group, although every game is incredibly important since it's only one round robin for these teams.
Oh yeah, but I really want to talk about maps, because Enterprise Esports, we already know from the Northeast circuit that they are incredible in Haven. I do think that's gonna be really important part for today in this matchup, Enterprise Esports against UCAM, because UCAM, they aren't bad in Haven, but I don't think they're quite at the level of Enterprise Esports. I think the whole map veto is gonna be interesting, whether we're gonna see Sunset again. It seems like a lot of these teams are free to float that, but I would love to go back to Lotus, go back to Haven. I think those are quite reasonable in terms of these teams. Maybe we see something like Sunset. I think that would be definitely reasonable. We're not quite sure whether Enterprise Esports or UCAM are gonna float that Sunset, but well, that's why we have map veto here. I think Icebox is, it's gonna be thrown away.
No. They lost that one 13-3 against Zero Tenacity in the grand finals of Northeast, and we saw how Zero Tenacity performed over the last 2 days on Icebox, so definitely a quick veto for them on that one. UCAM are going to get rid of Ascent, and now it's up to Enterprise Esports. I don't think Lotus is a surprise if you've been watching these guys.
Oh yeah, but I was kind of expecting Enterprise Esports to go for Haven and UCAM going for Lotus them. I'm not quite sure what UCAM is gonna be. Okay, it's gonna be the Haven. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we get the Lotus and the Haven. So it's gonna be interesting to see now what is the direction that Enterprise Esports kind of want to take this. Okay, they don't feel like Sunset. They don't maybe like that map. Okay, I do feel like that's fair. UCAM, they haven't had their best performance in Pearl, and that's why they take that out. Split is pretty good for UCAM. 6-3 record this year. I think that's decent. I think they have a decent composition, or actually really good composition with the race they hold there. They're not quite running the Viper. Interesting map pool in terms of, I feel like a lot of these challengers teams, they have been like, okay, Sunset is fine, let's not play like Lotus and Haven all the time. But now we get back to the roots of, I think, this year and kind of the whole of last year as well, seeing those 3-side maps coming in, and I'm always excited to see, because I think that brings the depth of play. And when we have such an experienced team, especially on the side of Enterprise Esports, but obviously we have Quick, like players like Quick on the side of UCAM, a lot of these 3-map sites or 3-side maps are gonna become really important, because that's like the push and pull game pretty much.
Yeah, for sure. I think this actually favors both teams. Oh my lord.
What?
That's the best transition I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure what we're transitioning to, but it's vaguely green.
Could it be Lotus?
I mean, it could be. I think I see some pink in there. I think that is Lotus, actually. What? I don't know what I'm seeing. I don't know what Stream is seeing. I hope it's not what I'm seeing. Hey, Lotus up first. Enterprise Esports, I hope, coming into this one with a fire in their bellies, right? That's what they need.
Yeah, maybe this is the agent select. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah,
let's go through the agent select. Obviously, Enterprise Esports, they're gonna stick with their composition. I have no clue if they are. If they're running their previous composition of Breach, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Teho, I'm not a big fan of that. Why I'm not a big fan of that? I feel like Enterprise Esports, they haven't found their identity. They have always switched up their compositions here and there. In Lotus especially, every time they have played Lotus this year, they have switched to a new composition. Them picking this map up tells me that they have probably found their identity. Maybe they have found their composition. And now we get to see. Okay. They're
I'm not
kind
sure
of
what you
switching
guys
it
were
up.
looking at earlier, but we were in a different dimension there, so we didn't know what was going on. But here we are. Here is the agent select for you guys.
Yeah, they're kind of switching it up. I'm interested to see that Enterprise actually are switching up from the Teho, which I do think is one of the most prominent agents here. But maybe they felt like they couldn't, or they didn't have enough information for Jazz in that Neon. So they kind of want to go for the Fade. You have obviously the Haunt, the Prowlers, then you have Seas as well to kind of accompany Jazz to maybe clear more area, kind of pinpoint those players in one position. You can more on the classical side in terms of having that Teho Breach. Obviously, Vice, really prominent agent in this meta. I think one of the strongest agents.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a strong composition, regardless of whether they have played it or not. Let's just keep in mind. Look, here's the thing. They could have been hiding strats. They, don't want UCAM Esports to know what's going on this map, and it's just something slightly different from them, which does throw the whole thing into, UCAM Esports might be going into it like, okay, well, we don't know what they're going to do now. We have no prep for this. So hopefully that does materialize for them. Maybe that is their game plan. Either way, I think they're just a strong team with Jazz on that Neon. It should be quite interesting. But either way, we're ready now to go into our first map of our last hope, pretty much, for Northeast. So Hazard and Cairo, take it away.
Yes, the last hope for Northeast sits on the shoulders of its newly crowned champions. Enterprise going into what was their third grand final, finally able to take their first chip with some new faces and some strong support. Players who have been in these kinds of events before. 3 of them made the Ascension group stage last year, but not a single one progressed. The one team that didn't win a game in the first stage of Challengers EMEA last time, Cairo out of the NE representatives, but against a UCAM side that's gone under quite a few changes, you feel like this has to be the best shot for the region.
Yeah, you would hope so, that the Enterprise coming in completely fresh would hopefully be the favourite in this group as well, after seeing yesterday's result. But with that being said, anything can happen. This is EMEA Challengers, and there's been bigger upsets on the cards than in previous games. Right, but let's be honest, in towards Lotus we go. I just want to point your eyes towards that A main rubble fight, which I think most likely it'll just be Enterprise taking the space.
It looks like they're going to be able to get in there nice and early with the Fade in the comp, of course. The Haunt comes out, no information, no players scanned, I should say. There is plenty of it behind this dark cover. Attacker found some space early, but it's Chaddy on the other side that is looking to be engaged, and that's exactly what he'll try to do.
Trying to create like a trap play, the utility expended, but I don't know if there's going to be much to re-engage after this. Katu is towards the back of B, and that would really be your re-engage tools. The drone, though, notes the players on rubble, so they try to be proactive and search out B main, where there is the Omen lying in wait of Starkey.
In the corner, goes to his smoke util, pinned and taken down by Chaddy. Finding the first kill in this map after having a fantastic series yesterday. Someone that we'll need to keep tabs on. But his counterpart Yash is still alive, leading the charge into the stairwell as UCAM are very passive.
They are passive. They're waiting to see what avenue they can get back in on. And to be honest, if I'm considering it, he's got to be out through door, right? The last two players are essentially just holding on to make sure Enterprise can't take extra space. Killers gets a double though.
Big double kill and still staying alive towards rubble. That'll be a third. Chatty is dispensed of, and past that first kill, it feels like UCAM don't have all too much presence in this round. They are out of luck and out of time. Quick the captain will fall. It's Killes to claim his fourth as Enterprise get the attack side pistol.
Very nice attack side pistol to fight back from a deficit. Starkey getting caught out, trying to be, I guess, that late win condition to lurk out through B main. I think he would have been noted by the Vise wall anyway, but Killes does so well. And that's a player I think you've got to keep in the back of your head throughout this matchup, because when he's feeling it, he can be extremely clutch for Enterprise.
Absolutely, all of the time. I mean, he was a pillar which propped up so many rounds for Enterprise in Stage 2, which, as you all know, sent them to a grand final. They were able to win the title this time around. And in terms of the improvements that have been made to this team since the last time we saw them in the group stage, making an exit after defeats against both BBL Pacific and CGN, one to forget, in that final game, is how much they've been able to improve their attack side. They only won 10 rounds across 5 maps in the first stage of EMEA on the attack halves. But already with the pistol, and Doma finding 2 kills at the beginning of this one, it's a bunched up defense which should be dealt with.
Should be, but not.
3 on 3.
It's worrying. I mean, time to get the spike down, reset, find space, which Yash is going to do, and you know he's capable once he's on these angles with a scope weapon. There's even a haunt to set him up further. Also has a full belt of utility himself.
A very narrow angle that he's holding here, though, to the wall, so not much room for error in terms of taking that flick on time, potentially. Zeke holding heaven, and actually UCAM going to smoke this off themselves. They have the Arcros to flash into this space. Still holding the line here. The round seems to be evading UCAM, but still, they've done so much damage in the process. Paranoia away from play. Thunder does not have time to win this regardless. Yash is going to walk away with the kill, but that is fantastic damage from the defenders.
Really, really big damage. I know it comes up as a clutch, but it felt as if the damage had already been done across the round anyway. And with that being said, moving through on towards the next round, shouldn't be too much to work with here if you're Enterprise. See that? There's 3 rifles on the boards.
Yeah, 3 rifles, 2 now. Or still 3 if you consider the Outlaw in that ballpark. It does say on the buy menu. And in terms of targets for Yash, well, everyone is heavy shielded. Starkey's TP'd out already, stunned but not dead. Important kill to take. That's Yuno gone, and the rest of Enterprise are right behind. Katu is the last line of defense, stopping the attack from getting to the A side, but he's smoked off and simply has to forfeit it.
Brilliant start by Enterprise. I was the charge of the Light Brigade to go out and support. And again, I think UCAM just have to save up here. They don't want to challenge this at all. Heading back to the seaside. Commendations have to be given to Starkey for the entry, and then the support to come back through. Enterprise doing really well to manoeuvre their way through the early A-Rubble fight, because it's very pivotal.
Important.
Yeah, pivotal, yeah, is to get through that fight, even if that's to lock into it late, to like leave someone to hold on towards the a main position.
Weapon here.
So, yeah, well done.
Enterprise converting the bonus. And so already 30% of those attack rounds from the last stage picked up. Jokes aside, you have seen the improvements with this team, and I think the expectation for them always would be attending Ascension, every single one of these Challengers events along the way, which they've been able to knock out fairly convincingly. They've got a win streak built up domestically as well that carries into this tournament, 5 on the bounce. And it's the sort of streak that you only see champions build up. I had the statistics for the grand final, and you looked at it. XL, Go Next, Apex, the other names that find themselves in that kind of bracket. That is what you have to be aiming for if you want to find yourself at the end of the gauntlet.
Still continuing to create this A pressure, a big question mark because of the smokes, and well, nobody to give that information for the actual site. Killa is again going to be positioned through A main, and we've seen him do that before on the pistol round where massive value was found.
I'm just wondering if any stragglers are going to be walking into him this time.
I think that no, I mean not just now, but you've got to be looking at Chaddy and B main, because he's found a little position to cut off any rotates if Enterprise were to go back, or even just give information to UCAM. And it's the false information, it's bad information.
I mean, look, 4 players in tree, they're finishing A. There's no two ways about it right now. There isn't a second layer for Enterprise. 10 toes down, they will commit to this side of the map. It's messy, but Yash does get the first pick. Just a pistol here, the rifles are elsewhere. One of them, Thunder, he's now fallen. Chaddy has arrived to try and support the rest, but Zeke has sprayed damage through 2 players. Still with just the man advantage, Enterprise, when the spike goes down. Starkey finding the final few means that it is round number 4 secured.
We've been seeing a lot of good starts from teams today, which I'm really liking, confident as well, especially from Enterprise. This is exactly what Northeast would have been hoping for as the last remaining kind of champion is left in the gauntlet to run it all the way. And I think for a lot of people this is the new Apex, right? If you want to think of it in that aspect, because it's a lot of star-studded players from the east side who have combined to make a really long-term project, and a lot of the players are speaking about it in that aspect. Like, listen, when we made Enterprise, the roster, we were put together pretty late, but this isn't like a split 1 or a split 2. We think we'll come into final form come split 3.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, this is a team made of champions grade challenger players. You look at the title each and every one of them have picked up. Killes cut his teeth in Spain, Starkey and Doug. Yash had his time in the sun in France last year. Zeke with Go Next, of course. Chaddy removed from that roster, no love lost between the two, and that for them felt like a necessary move to then move, head on towards Ascension. Doma, been a while since we've seen him, but now back in EMEA, back in this team, looking to be back at his best. I think that's what it's all about. They have taken it step by step. Apex is what you want to call them. I think it's impossible to replicate a team, a juggernaut built like that. But if we are to put them like for like, then yeah, I agree. You have to have someone at the top of the pile. And Enterprise have slowly been building towards that. And it is a slow process, 3 stages. We've seen other teams, like Eternal Fire, for example, already drop off in their own regions, as volatile as Turkey is. I think you could probably attribute quite a lot to, even the Swiss stage that we have in Northeast. Look at Liquid Academy, for example.
I think it's sad to see Liquid Academy find the position that they're in, and I'm under no illusion that they won't just immediately bounce back into split 3.
Yeah.
I think as well, Enterprise as a roster, you'd expect, right? Let's think about Team Liquid Academy, all young guns, headed by 2 experienced players in Cupid and Bacon. I say players, but I like coach as well. Enterprise, everywhere you look, there's experience, there's quality, and I think that's why it's a slow process and a slow burner.
Absolutely. Well, we are just hitting the second leg of this tech pause, it's important that we talk about UCAM as well. Of course, a shuffle for them as Flickless and Ara both left. Ara formerly of Bitfix as well in Northeast, which was nice to see. But yeah, I think the big talking point about that is that this has always been a long-term project. You think about Flickless even specifically, that's a player who had been developed as a talent with UCAM since the start of 2023 before leaving for VCT this year with GX. Quick, as the IGL of this project, has been with the club since 2022. You know, this is second stint. He was also there in that same 2023 campaign where Flickless joined. Yeah. There are lots of names that do have consistency in this team, but it's some of the newer pieces coming in that have sort of had to make up the numbers that I guess throws it to being more of a kangaroo court when it comes to what Authority looks like and how they want to get this roster into shape really quickly and pick up the points they need to be a serious contender later in the year.
I think the other aspect to like talk about it more historically as well with Spain, like overall for the past couple of years, it is objectively the worst performing region in EMEA, yeah. Right? Like it's horrible to put that statistic out there, but they've been crying out for a champion, right? First, like thinking all the way back, it was like TQ, Team Queso. Remember them when they were like get cutting about. We had Barcelona. I just never felt as if they like ever realised their potential as a region, and I think like when you have some like I guess like volatility in terms of like UCAM losing star players, like obviously it's great to see them have promotions from tier 2 to tier 1. It always feels like a region that's never realised its potential.
Yeah. It does help when your coach doesn't cut a player before each tournament. Last two Ascensions that we saw. Context is important. I think the team setups were definitely shaken by Mr. Rojo a couple of times, but that's not going to happen this year. So look, maybe we see more from them. I think that it also, like, to really delve into the nitty gritty here too, we don't know how many teams are going to be playing at Ascension until either Gentlemates or Apex have either, you know, completely retained their spot through champs, which right now feels unlikely, especially more so for Apex, I would say, or at least the playoff stage, which puts them in Ascension and strips back a slot. So, yeah, I completely agree with you, right? I think Spain at times has been a little bit misrepresented. Even UCAM will be frustrated in the fact that they lost that grand final in Spain last year to Barca, and because of the points that KPI found in the first split, meant that they were the team that went to the play-in stage instead, of course, losing in second place to CGN, the team which then went on to make the lower final. There are real fine margins in this at times, but to bring it all the way back, it is very momentum based, and I think that's something which Enterprise are currently enjoying, not just in this map, but in their last 5 best of 3s and best of 5s, if you exclude those BO1s.
I feel as if like Ascension in its weird way is almost like a World Cup or a Euros, right? Like it's a very form-based tournament. Like when you come into it, if you're not feeling yourselves, like if there's a couple of mistakes, like like those fine margins could be what decides you going into a deep run or you completely losing out.
As you can tell, we are just in a slight tech pause. Player having a couple of issues, but those should be fixed fairly shortly. For everyone watching in chat, hope you're enjoying. I want to know, who's your favorite team playing in Challengers EMEA at the moment? Who are you supporting? Who do you want to see at Ascension at the end of the year? We'll get back to that in just a minute. I do have some fun UCAM facts if you want them, Cairo. I did bank them ahead of time. Did you know that they have their own basketball team which plays in the top flight of Spanish basketball, the Liga ACB? They play against Real Madrid. They play against Barcelona in basketball. It was a real culture shock when I saw it. I was in Krakow the other day, and my mate's a huge Real Madrid fan, and he had like the what is it, like the annual. He showed it to me. I opened it up. You get to the back few pages, right past the Champions League wins and all of that, the trophies, and they have the basketball team pages. And I saw a UCAM jersey, and I scratched my eyes. I was like, "What is this?" They play basketball as well, apparently.
Mate, that's the thing for me though. Like I think the Spanish basketball scene's quite big, which is absolutely mental.
My next UCAM fact, as we already mentioned, their partnership with Giant X is that they are based in Cadiz, or the university is. It's a sport university actually. The organisation. It's just a 4-hour drive from Malaga, which is where their affiliates are based.
That's cool.
It's nice. Been to the south of Spain before?
I haven't. Do you know something that has Spain is not a country that I've visited many times, mate. As you know, I'm a frequenter of the French part of Europe.
You do like France. I did just get back from Mallorca as well, though, and I thought I was in Scotland because apparently part of the island is just where all the Scottish people go. I saw more Celtic jerseys in Spain than I did when I was in Glasgow, so that was impressive.
I've just seen a message, right? And it's MP, the man on the desk, the Finnish guy. He's asked if you can give people a Cairo fact.
That is a tough one. I'm going to blend that with another question we got here as well from Slimothy. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Do we play at all? Yes, we do. And my fun Cairo fact is that he's plat. We play together and he's plat.
I am plat too, yes.
What's your peak, by the way? What is your peak? I'm genuinely curious.
Diamond 3, I think. I got it was either Diamond 2 or Diamond 3.
That's alright. Did you know that in China, by the way, sorry to cut you off, do you know that the Chinese casters, there's a rank requirement?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
What is the rank requirement?
I would have to look it up, and maybe someone in chat can help me, but I think it's actually pretty high. It's like I say high, it's sort of ascendant immortal kind of range. They're not asking you to be on the leaderboard, but
yeah. I was gonna say, like, I think, like, see if I really, like, you know me, right? Like, I've got a full-time job on the side. If I really wanted to grind my way to ascendant, I think I probably could. It's just like casting and having a full-time job, like, and then trying to go in solo queue ranked or dual queue ranked, like, that's a third job, and I don't need that.
I know what you mean. I actually played my first couple of games of Valorant in about a month, right? Because we were away for VCT and whatnot. Actually did all right, you know, mate. Actually did all right. Yeah, was playing with Fluxy from Heroic.
Oh yeah, goated.
Yeah, she carried us. It was all right. I was second fragging, man. fragging.
I'd take that to Fluxy.
Yeah, absolutely. Played a couple games before with Pika as well from Koi Fenix.
Oh yeah.
And I tell you what, you know that classic that he was bringing out yesterday. I saw some of that in my ranked games too. This guy's, you know, doing it all with less.
Here, let me go one further, right? If we were to, I think, like, for the most part, me and you can both shake our hands and agree that we probably think BBL Pacific at the moment are the lead favourites, right? To probably go and get themselves into a position of ascension. But
so does everybody else. I think even the coaches, man. Capio was like, yeah, BBL Pacific are winning. No one else is on the same level, and then gets put in a group with them twice.
I was going to ask you, who is your other favourite to maybe go into the grand final? And you can't say Enterprise.
Of this event specifically.
This event,
I think that makes sense. I'll let you know after this round. We're going back in, mate. Thanks everyone in chat for bearing with us. We appreciate your contributions, but it's time for Yaz to contribute to the kill feed. It's Chaddy instead, actually. His partner's gone the opposite way, but 2 quick kills from Katu puts UCAM right back in the conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about the A Rubble fight being consistently won by Enterprise before we went into that pause. As for right now, UCAM have won it, and a player to the good. Elsewhere, they go and re-clear towards A Rubble, didn't quite find the information that they're looking for, and at the same time, Killers has looked to go and backfill that space.
Yeah, Enterprise have opened up the whole left-hand side of the map by turning the door. Still behind a smoke, Yuno doesn't know where those players are. Killers spotted solo. They're closing in on B.
There they are, Killers identified, but Doma opening up the B site. The wall has gone up, Killer's being hunted, he needed at least one, can't quite find it. Spike goes down on B, both players left were close with each other, but instead decide to split up and try and divide and conquer.
Doma's in such a committed corner though, he has to go huge it.
Oh, and he's got
he
it.
Does.
Oh, that's massive. There's a player close by. That's Yuno, the last remaining one. Ultimate invested. It's actually caught out the Omen and he's been toppled, stunned. Time ticking away and he is feeling it. Has to clear the close corner first, but remember, Zeke has that crossfire. This should be over and done with for Enterprise, and it is. Yuno who's called it quits. Thrown in the till. Enterprise find 5, even though they were at a massive disadvantage.
The technical pause seems to have not posed a problem for Enterprise to get right back on the saddle. And for UCAM, that was a 4 versus 2. They spilled the beans. Katu finds 3 kills. Very impressed with his impact on the round, but Doma in that corner really should have been getting punished. Back into another tech pause we go. So I'll tell you who my second favourite is. And it's the team that are winning by 5 rounds.
Ah, okay. Another question I'll just go back to in chat since we brought it up. Someone had brought it up earlier. Who's the VCT GOAT since we're in our 5-year celebration of Valorant?
Ooh, now that's tough. That is a tough question to answer.
I find that tough as well.
I would probably say, let's see how this Masters event goes. But
yeah,
if Fnatic do well, then I was gonna say Chronicle, but you know, it was one of the Fnatic boys. A little bit of EMEA bias there, maybe. I think Durka is still the best duelist in the world. He's just, you know, locked up in Vitality right now.
Yeah.
But the correct answer, the correct answer, and may become the biggest what if. It's always gonna be Leo, bro. It's always gonna be Leo.
Yeah, but like I kind of feel as if like Leo is the Ronaldo Nazario of Valorant. You know what I mean? Like if you just have, like, because everyone says, like, everyone refers to R9 as the GOAT. If he never had the injuries, he would be the greatest player to ever have touched football, right?
Right.
But because he had those injuries, he kind of didn't get the chance to have the career that he's possibly had. And I feel as if Leo's in that position. Like, he was on his prime, and then he's like unfortunately had like some health issues. So like we'll never get, like, I don't know if we'll ever get to know. Like, hopefully we get him back soon and we will get to know. But you get like the kind of the angle that I was going for. To pick up the question from my own answer very quickly, since the players are beginning to move around again, is I think this Masters event could decide it, and I would actually go as far to say I think Boaster could be the GOAT if he wins this. Masters event.
IGL, yeah, IGL, but I think the GOAT IGL conversation and just like full-on greatest don't usually run like the same. It's usually quite parallel to one another, right? You think of other games as well.
I think if Boaster is able to like consistently like, you've got to think, right, first EMEA team to reach a grand final. And like an international event, one that like not a Masters event, an international event, because we're not including those Masters events that happened like interregionally. The next one for me, like after that, like the fact that he was able to have that run with the Derka, like Althea, Leo Chronicle roster, like that was insane. And then if he's able to like have another resurgence with like Kayak and like crashes and stuff like that, I feel as if like there can be no doubt about like the peaks and troughs that as an IGL he's had. I think the only thing that he was maybe missing from his locker to be the undisputed GOAT would be a champs trophy.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you look at other in-game leaders, specifically like just how much 2025 has taught us with both the qualifying again to another international, another global, where this KC project with Sadak hasn't really worked out, you know, without Aspas, without some of those other players. I mean, credit to what he did on Loud making Madrid before, but the point still stands. And even FNS retiring with the budget that NRG had, I mean, sure, America's is a different kettle of fish, but look, there you go. I believe I've heard that we should be getting back in game before too long. We have a couple more quick-fire questions. Someone asked, what's your favorite Indian food? Chicken balti. Big fan of a chicken balti.
I am a chicken patia man. It's a nice like sweet and sour dish.
And give me some bhajis, some naan,
garlic naan, maybe garlic naan with cheese.
My nan's dead. No, I'm joking.
That is terrible, man.
She's not. She's a fantastic woman. I love her dearly. And I do watching Valorant. We will be heading back in, and to just tailor the conversation back to this one as well. What is it that UCAM have to do to win a round? Because a head-to-head that we've not really spoken about so far, but I think it is important to mention it, would definitely be Shadi, because I think while everyone was really impressed with how he did against CNED yesterday, I think there's a really big difference between playing against a top talent who has faded away from Tier 1, you know, being a former teammate of Killers and Zeke, of course, and a player who has still been on that constant rise throughout Tier 2 in this kind of ballpark, talking about Yash, of course.
I always feel as if Yash has been this player who's had his like hand on the door handle for Tier 1, right, but just never managed to get his opportunity. Like, I think if there was any roster I thought I would have seen him on, would have been that Giant X roster, which UCAM are kind of highly linked with, just because of like the way they had built the roster with Westside and Cloud, etc., and just the talents that were there. I think Chaddy's an interesting one because he shouldn't feel too out of place with who he's playing against. It's an East roster, essentially, that he's up against, and that's where he plied his trade for years.
And so, representing East on the EMEA stage again, Enterprise have started off this second campaign flawlessly. It's back to the A main onslaught we go. Just the one rifle on Yuno elsewhere, and it's the Bucky of Shadi, which has been dismissed instantly.
Yeah, Starkey once again, who's playing as the entry as Yash gets a quick double with his outlaw. I think that was a collat, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. And yeah, we go back to another advantage towards Enterprise. And you ask me, Hazza, what does UCAM need to do to stop themselves hemorrhaging rounds? And I think the answer to that could very be quickly brought out from that. Win an A-Rubble fight, or just don't fight it at all.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of the same setup from them so far. And I have to say, while these tech pauses can be nauseating, not just for us at home, but the players, of course, as well, and how they have to try and reset mentally. For those wondering, you're not allowed to communicate with other members on your team during those pauses to plan for what it is that's going to happen. So it eats away at you. You know, saving the rifle here is the one investment into the round, but I just want to go back to that conversation I opened up. Chaddy is being eaten alive right now. Yeah. Zeke is showing exactly why he was removed from that Go Next roster. I hate to be the one who says it, but I mean, I just feel like it's rinse and repeat, and they are getting punished.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else that can really be said about it if you're being quite frank, Kaza, because Chaddy's a player that I've always like respected for what he did on East. Like I felt as if he was a player that deserved maybe a chance on a higher up roster, but at the minute he's not living up to that standard that we expect of him. More players committed towards the A fight. Let's see how this goes.
And so back we go again. It's Groundhog Day, and Chaddy is getting bonked on the head by a sledgehammer as Enterprise are just barreling through rubble again. It crumbles. Katu, the only player left, and with the information uploaded from the hat of Killes, they can set up this post plant quite comfortably. In fact, there's time to make sure that Yash will get his ult here too.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I think that now Enterprise pivot into the hunt, right? See where they can find the rifles, and that's exactly what they're doing as they start to head towards enemy territory. This is going to be a big couple of fights because Katu could find his ultimate if he's able to stay alive.
Yeah, it would be a big opportunity for him too. That rifle so important as well, and there you go. Rolling Thunder online, but that's for the next. Flush with cash. Enterprise are hunting down this final player. As already Thunder has dropped, Katu will be buried right beside him. 7 unanswered from Enterprise. UCAM won't have money in the next round. And while I can't exactly write this map off completely, there is still definitely a possibility that UCAM can get back into things. These next 4-5 rounds are pretty much do or die.
Yeah, I would agree. It is starting to get to that spot now. Especially once we reach 9 rounds, like I think that's like the like kind of monitor is starting to flatline.
Again, Enterprise plotting their feet on A again. It's been an oasis for them in what feels like a desert if you're UCAM. Hung out to dry. Try and engage with at least some early utility. The Arc Rose is over towards A this time, but Killes in the middle of everything on B has dinked Chaddy through the box. He's down to 29 points of health and he hasn't even seen anyone yet.
Man, this is mental. I've not seen Enterprise playing like this in the regular season, and to bring out a performance like this, moving in towards the first game and your EMEA Challengers like debut, is absolutely insane for Split 2. Now though, it seems if UCAM want to go quite early, and all the players are round about the site.
Well, Chaddy does have 1 kill, so finally rest for the weary. The rest of UCAM in support, they have an answer. But another 2 versus 4, another position they failed to convert.
No way.
Could it really be happening again? Doma's picked up the first. The defuse was in progress, but they're going to have to settle for half. Doma again. Shorty is out. Starkey to close. Enterprise have 8, and there is no stopping them in this opening half.
They didn't need to come off the spike. UCAM could have just stuck it. They could have stuck it out. The spam wasn't accurate. They weren't getting hit. And the players of UCAM just begin to panic. And a 4 versus 2. We're at the point where we're asking questions. And I don't know if they quite frankly have the answers.
Such a frustrating one as well, with players coming into this team to try and prove themselves. Katu, Chaddy, the latter of which had his opportunity in that sweep of Valiant the other day, but I think the poll would be frustrated in how this has started. Someone who was former teammates of Styx and Zus, other Polish players in this tournament, and competing for years in Challengers at this point, but never had his big break. And well, Chaddy finally bursting onto the scene.
No.
It's sloppy from Starkey, but he can get out with the ult. So still Enterprise do have some form of control.
Yeah, they do. And on top of that, they have a full clear sight. And you're seeing right now, Yash immediately pivot into being the lock. We're into 1 versus 3. And, yeah, it's incredible. Round number 9 is found by Enterprise. And from here on out, I am expecting to have. I don't even know what I'm expecting anymore, mate. But what I want is I want to see UCAM find 3, because if they don't, I mean, it's written on the door.
Absolutely. Even this last one, you feel like Thunder gets at least one. Zeke puts the barrel in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Enterprise 9 to the good. The op has come out for the first time for Chaddy. They've not really had the finance to set up a strong arsenal on this defender's side, but this could be exactly what was looking for. Feels like the first time we've seen him best Yash in the head-to-head, but a big exchange which could get them on the board.
This is a nice variation from both teams coming through, but Vander's just tried to solo swing towards A, not realising if he's lost, that pool of A site is completely lost. Spike slowly making its way up towards A, but the thing is though, is UCAM are giving crumbs to Enterprise, and Enterprise are feasting on them.
Even from the position of Chaddy there, he just can't get out of the way, and Quick coming back in and Katu behind him, the spacing is wildly off. I mean, it's just a horror to watch. UCAM putting themselves in such strong positions on a number of these rounds, but then that lack of synergy I was talking about, that disruptive situation with the player changes that looked to be okay for them yesterday to suffice against Valiant. It's not going to happen, and you're not going to save this gun here either, because Enterprise are happy to chase.
Yeah, I think for me, like, UCAM will maybe feel like a bit puggy in the way that they're playing this, just because of those changes, right? Like, let's be honest, it isn't the most ideal scenario, and I don't, like, obviously they played well against Valiant, but it will always feel like a feast or famine performance, just on the sheer fact that, like, you don't have these protocols / game plans, or even on top of that, like, macro all built up with the 2 new players integrated into the roster. Yeah, sure, it's like, it's going to really come down to individual performances, and right now, UCAM are just feeling the wrath of 5 experienced players feeling themselves.
And that's the established order, as you put it. Still money in the pockets of UCAM to try and muster up some kind of a purchase, as Enterprise are in the fast lane. Out on A again! Yash double! It just doesn't stop! They're laying it on thick! While Quick gets 2, it's still the man advantage Enterprise in a free roam to the A site.
Normally, I would say UCAM can bring this back. It is doable, but so far we have seen possessions wasted away, and Enterprise doing well with every scrap given to them. We are going to get the Steel Garden brought out, but it's only really going to catch one player onto a pistol. So with that being said,
also not getting the value from this TP either, because with all 3 players in tree, they know their backs are to the wall. That's how they're choosing to play it.
Yeah, and utility all up, but everything is in Enterprise's corner. This paranoia could be huge. Players being forced out by Starkey. So spot on, and so is Killers. Enterprise will hit 11. I think this would be the first 13-0 of EMEA Challengers.
Ah, Cairo, my sweet summer child. Do you forget the opening map of our grand final?
Oh no.
Last time when BBL Pacific 13-0'd Eternal Fire. It would be the second time, but still strange that it happened twice in 2 stages. I must say, exactly, I'd still be bought. But to bring it back to even what you were saying, I mean, Enterprise, they love playing against this puggy style. They did it so many times in Northeast. Starkey said everyone on this team can shoot. If that's how you want to try and fight us, then we'll be happy to go blow for blow every day of the week. Ult's in, a stun seek. The light around his head, but it isn't a halo. Another kill picked up. Yash responding in kind. Killer's there as well. Just another player who, in these really scrappy games, is the safest pair of hands. Currently leading in terms of kills, and Doma will be on for another here as well before it's 12. There you go.
Yeah, it's everything that we expected it to be. Enterprise, they have looked absolutely lights out. Sure, it is an UCAM side that has found himself at the bad end of some unfortunate events, but at the same time, you still have to turn up and put on a performance, and Enterprise are doing just that. One round is all that is needed in this second half. Can UCAM at least show some sort of life, or is it going to be complete capitulation?
Not only do Enterprise have more rounds from their attack side than they did the whole 5 maps they played in the first stage of Challengers EMEA, they've got a very rare opportunity to take home a 13-0 and put themselves right beside BBL Pacific as they were able to in the grand final last time out. Looking like a serious contender against this UCAM side. Starkey's not going to get cleared.
He's not. They're not even looking. And Doma's there to take contact as well to distract. This is unbelievable. Play! Oh, they got the third there. There was a dink. And all in all, it feels like this round is already on its head. Eating dirt, UCAM, as they try and rescue themselves from a 13-0, and they just can't quite do it. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff from the Northeast, number 1.
Yeah, it just felt hopeless in the end for UCAM there. Frustrating, I think, debut map here in the second series for them, and what is their inter-regional, their first time playing an inter-regional tournament. Cairo, look, the series against Valiant looked great, but I think the most poignant thing that you mentioned throughout that map was that if you want to try and bring a Puggy style to the table, it's going to work against some teams really effectively if you can create chaos, and against others, namely Enterprise, they are one of the most well-equipped teams to deal with that off-the-cuff electric pacing. They contained so many situations from getting out of hand. They are able to reverse situations where they didn't have it favoring them either. I was thoroughly impressed with this performance. You really can't say that they put a foot wrong on their own map pick. And in terms of how this veto goes, well, it doesn't get any better for UCAM, because while they may have selected Haven, Enterprise remain unbeaten on it 5-0 this stage. So I'll leave it to the desk to see what they have to break apart from that one. I imagine there's probably more to be said about their favourite curry though.
Yes, I'm coping so hard right now. I'm coping. We have a chance. We have a chance, MP. Northeast has a team that might get into the playoffs. I'm not going to call it too early, but 13-0 is one hell of a way to get started. Against a team that's 2-0, mind you, against Valiant, or went 2-0 against Valiant. Sorry, they're 2-0 in the group, no longer, obviously. But that's, I mean, what can we even break down, right? That's just pure domination.
Yeah, I guess Enterprise Esports did take some notes from previous stage. BBL Pacific, like as I said, that was March 9th, a little bit over 2 months ago. Same map, same starting side as Enterprise here, and 13-0 against Eternal Fire. Now Enterprise does it against UCAM. That was devastating. And as you see, 0-12 for Thunder. It's not great. It wasn't great for the whole of UCAM. I think the casters brought a great point. Enterprise, they are really well equipped in this Puggy style. Obviously, these players have been around for so long. They have fought multiple fights, and I think it all came down of UCAM not wanting to give up that rubble until round 10. I think that was the first round where they were like, okay, let's kinda give the rubble control to Enterprise Esports. Let's place the Vice towards the A side, and I think they should have done that instantly when they realized, okay, this isn't working. Enterprise, they are so much well equipped to fight this rubble control. They are always winning these fights. I think they should have instantly placed Thunder there, maybe play more passive, find some other area of the map that they could have find success, maybe find space, maybe go for those flanks. But in the end, that wasn't the case. Haven is gonna be the next. That's gonna be a 3-side map as well. And that is one of the better maps that well, at least I think that Enterprise has, especially in the Northern East region.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, here's the thing. UCAM, they picked this against Valiant, as far as I'm aware. That was their pick, indeed. No, it wasn't. Valiant picked Haven, and they still managed to beat them 13-5 on that one.
Yeah.
But let's just remind ourselves that in the grand finals of Spain, Koi Phoenix picked Haven and won that 13-8 against UCAM. So if a team is good on that map, it does seem like it can go either way for UCAM. And we know Enterprise. If you've been watching any Northeast, we do know that Enterprise are very comfortable on this map. In fact, we expected them to pick it first, but I'm assuming, I don't know what they thought was going to be happening there. I guess UCAM have had it picked against them so many times, they were just like, it's our turn. But either way, we're going to Haven next, and for UCAM Esports yet to get around on the board against this team. So we'll see you in a short while to see if they can fix that mistake.
To the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop below. Dreams big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. I mean, if you missed the last map, I don't blame you, because I feel like you could have stepped away to get a cup of tea and you'd have missed the last map. So, we're going to be moving on to the next one now. We are one map in on this one, and it was 13-0 to Enterprise Esports. Not exactly the most, how do I put this? Inspiring performance from UCAM Esports Club there on their first map. And moving on to Haven, things aren't necessarily looking much better for them. Enterprise Esports are good at this map too, although I don't know I mean, look, Enterprise Esports were shooting there. Let's be real. They played well, but I'm not sure if the onus was on them on that map. I think that might have been more of a case of UCAM Esports just not showing up.
I mean, either way, Enterprise were winning the individual duels as well. There was multiple rounds that UCAM actually had the lead on the round. Maybe it was a 3 versus 2 situation, 5 versus 4. They found an entry pick, but all of a sudden it all just crumbled down. I think there was it round 11 or something like that? There was a 5 versus 4 situation, but all of a sudden 4 players dead from the side of UCAM, and that 5 versus 4 went to 1 versus 4 situation. Haven, one of those maps that you cannot make those kind of mistakes, and one of those maps that those kind of mistakes are absolutely gonna pay or are gonna destroy your defensive side at least. Because obviously 3 sides in this map. If you can find a pick on the opposing side, especially when your opposing side is on the defensive side, that opens up the map fully, and Enterprise is one of those teams that will absolutely capitalize there. Keyless on the front is always really well equipped to go for those lurks, know the timing is exactly how to pick off the UCAM players, and I just want to see UCAM reset here. Just go full on clean slate.
Fully.
You go back to this old composition that you have played many times. Just focus on your own game, focus on the aiming, focus on the dueling, but most importantly, challenge together as a team, because it seems like right now you're not quite winning the individual duels.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. With a comp like this, the strat book is not that deep, right? It is just kind of combine that breach util with the jet, combine the paranoias from the Omen with all of the attacks, and just go shoot, right? And I think that is what UCAM need if they want to get back into this one, is to figure out just a way to strip the game down to its bare mechanics and just shoot. Because we know they have quality on their team, and yesterday they looked amazing. So I don't see why they can't do it today as well, but they're not off to a good start, and that's going to be playing on their minds right now. I think that's the biggest hurdle for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Haven, like, go shoot is one of those key things. There's not much new that you can do with this composition, so a lot of it comes down to mid-round calling. I think one of the biggest things I would say as a coach to UCAM, if I would be their coach, dare to do plays, because that is gonna win you the map. Just take a teammate, walk through mid, find some kind of timings there. I think you cannot get too passive. It was already decent that UCAM was actually fighting a Rubble that showed maybe kinda confidence in that side, that they don't want to give up. But sometimes you have to realize early on what points to cut off and focus on different avenues. And I think just daring to make plays would be insanely good here, especially when you go on the defending side, because that's when you have to be aggressive, you have to be proactive.
All right, everybody, I want people to keep count on how many rounds Enterprise Esports win in a row if they get this pistol round here, because we're starting from the number 13, and we're going to throw it to Hazard and Cairo to keep score for us.
Look, Twiggy has become the biggest Northeast enjoyer throughout all the broadcasts that we had. I remember they were always saying, like, oh, look, well, who are we sending? Who are we sending to EMEA? Enterprise are looking like not just the last hope, but the hope for the region as a whole, because I have to say 13-0 is fantastic. But let me call your mind back to that other 13-0 that we saw. BBL Pacific also won their Lotus without dropping a single round. But Eternal Fire won the second map. So can UCAM bounce back in the same kind of fashion? That's what we want to know.
Well, I mean, if there's any map to do it on, it would be Haven. Back to the basics, simple as anything. I think the only other map you could really compare this to would be a Split, or maybe a Lotus, because that's also a 3-site map. There's a lot of if, buts and maybes, Hazza. UCAM, they need to deal with their ability to fight, and with them starting on the attack, there's no better way to do it to kick things back off for a comeback in this series.
Absolutely. And as sort of quick as we were to pile on to Chatty losing in some situations, only went down by -1 in terms of first bloods. Lost 4 of those fights, won 3 of them. And already here, just paving the way for the rest of UCAM towards A. You do still have Yash in lobby, And his positioning will be key to cut off these other two players making their way in from the other side.
I think they know he's here. Destroyed the trap earlier and the fight isn't favourable. Enterprise, in the meantime, because there has been such delay in getting the spike down, are starting to get themselves into position, more namely on the flank. Thunder needs to be careful.
Plenty of clearance to be done. It's Thunder in the corner. Damage traded onto him, but Zeke finds it. Killers is coming in late from the tower, but still the brunt of this retake is on the flank and time is running out.
Yeah, there's still utility on the breach. Killis gets the timing of the gods, and 3 players for UCAM are towards this CT side. It's going to get a little bit messy here as the utility's brought out. This flash is perfect for Killis! And now it's up to Chaddy to answer his teammates. He's got the first, but cannot get the second. And this is now a run of 14 rounds in a row for Enterprise.
The grace period continues. UCAM just can't leave a dent. This was diligent play. I really like how the players that we had in lobby side were the late contact onto the position of Yash, but the double flash with the paranoia and the flashpoint of the breach was so nice for Killis to then take his late timing. Felt like UCAM did a lot of things right, but then in terms of their post plant, just bunkered up on spot. Felt a bit one-dimensional. Into this, Chaddy has a shorty, so you're kind of expecting him to just dash in, get down the throats of a player, see if he can do some damage. Rokiko used to be really good at this on the Jet.
100%. The only thing for me is you've got 2 players here, one of which is the breach, so this is going to be really good for stalling out as the spike begins to go down. Chaddy's trying his best, but so easily dealt with. They're trying to be quick, and it's capitulation from UCAM. They've not really got much done, and they've felt the brunt of the force of Enterprise. This is looking like a flawless round as the flawless run does not stop.
Enterprise, a team with an 80% domestic win rate in Northeast, best of any team this year. And that's exactly why they're here. It's consistency from stage to stage, as this flawless round will mean that there's a cheap upgrade on armor for Yash, a couple other players already still on heavy shields. This is looking like it could quickly become a 6-game win streak, which, as we look back to the teams of old from North and East that have made it to Ascension, your Ascends and Apex of the world, then yeah, that's exactly what you've got to be thinking about. Just winning series back to back to back and continually building up confidence. Something which, where UCAM not really doing anything in a lot of these rounds, are really going to struggle to build up.
Yeah, I mean, they have rifles this time round, so this is probably their best chance, but they're walking straight out, not considering where players could be. Chaddy at least is able to get that entry, so Zika's gone off the board. No more Sova.
But look at Killes. He's already walked right the way down mid. Starting to investigate the backline, that allows safety for Starkey to call the full A rotation. This is a site which Enterprise have been so good at holding down in their domestic games, but with EMEA opposition in front of them, are they able to hold the line? Or does it come on to Killes on this flank?
Could do it, but it seems as if Killes being gone has opened up a escape route for the Spanish as they look to head towards C. And Enterprise, rather than rotating through spawn, playing it safe, a little hot on the heels, and with Starkey being one of these players, we know he likes to be aggressive. He has the option to TP past this trip or even just jump it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's got the upgrade yet. It's the Bulldog which he's going to catch on to. Paranoia available. Next TP. It's right behind them.
Oh, they've swung out. He's caught a couple of bullets in his face. Paranoia out and a way to TP forward. This is a reposition which the players of UCAM need to be careful of. But with Yash here, the shots are always a delight to watch. Both players try to reposition towards backside, but the biggest danger comes through from Garage. Looking to bulldoze his way through, but remember, still needs to get working on that spike. Swings through, Paranoia hits. This should be finally a round for UCAM to win, which they will get. It's in the 15th time of asking that they will get their first round in this series, but thank God they've got it.
Yeah, it comes at long last, but now that that drought of rounds is broken, it's going to feel like a weight off their backs, a serious relief. And sure, there are only 2 rifles which make it out here. Yash and Starkey doing plenty of damage. Both players in the same group in Ascension last year. Now into the next of the gun rounds. This is UCAM's chance to really start putting those building blocks together.
You know, finds his chance. Does he get traded out? He does. Kelly is able to get through there. So, Omen for Omen. No more smokes. And you can't help but feel the smokes on the attack side are so much more important, especially for sites like A and C Hazard, because you can't really cross the site without getting rid of Heaven or getting rid of Garage. And I think, to be honest, if you're UCAM, the option to go through Garage would probably be more beneficial to get out onto C site. And that's why Enterprise find themselves in mid.
Mid-rounding from Enterprise has looked pretty good so far, and Astander is double-checking the cam. Doma will dispense of it. There's still Cypher utility here to stop that cross, take that peek towards the log side. It's going to be held onto. Reveals coming through, tag damage. Enterprise have flooded this.
Yeah, they're ready to go, and Zeke's already found 2 as well as Doma. And Thunder, who was used to be a win condition, can't even be a condition at all. It's going to be 3 now for Enterprise as they continue domination in this series.
I have to say, looking at even the map veto for this series as well as into this round, Yuno does a good job at finding the opening pick, but movement betrays him.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's before we get onto the maps, it's very quickly just the mid-rounding from Enterprise to re-clear mid, set themselves up, be ready to fight C with the bodies back sight. And to what I was saying, yeah, Lotus, you look at it for them, was probably the weakest of the maps. They hadn't won it in 2 months until they faced Zero Tenacity, I believe it was. Then Haven unbeaten 5-0, Split 3-0. It's a nice opening pick onto Yash.
Seems as if Enterprise have been doing their work, and with the Blades online, that's now 2 pieces of weaponry in which UCAM can work with.
They are getting stronger in this round. But Enterprise, as I said before, will be looking to take their timing and find a duel. It's with the flash, pack of players, but Zeke still picks up 2. Oh, edge of the stun. Doma knew where the targets were going to be, but Starkey has lined them up, knocked them down, and with the paranoia in play, that's his 3rd, and Enterprise's 4th.
I hate to use this term, but it feels against, like, men against boys, you know, Enterprise just on a completely different level. And we spoke about the Puggy style versus Enterprise. They know how to expect it. What UCAM have been going through as a team, the fact that they have 2 new players in which they're trying to integrate right now. But I think as well, like, to bring it back to an older conversation we had during a tech pause and the start of our first series, is just the level of the regions comparatively. Enterprise look as if they are a contender right now, but is it really a false narrative? Because I mean, what my thought
of the
process,
changes for UCAM,
yeah, exactly. It's a false narrative. Like, I want to see them against opponents with a higher degree of power.
Already looking to the future, man. It's crazy. UCAM are still playing, bro. They can hear you. Well, I hope they can't, but
yeah,
you get the point. 30 seconds into this round, starting to look towards mid as already Yash has been posted in sewers on A for quite some time. Doma waiting for the fault line to come back up to re-engage the rest of his team as the initiators are here. Breach bomb backside. Starkey filling that space with Zeke right by his side. 2 kills picked up and only 2 players left for UCAM. Spike yet to hit the ground. Still Yuno playing over the top. Missed shots Katu. That would have been the way back out towards the A site, but Killers clamps it down. Paranoia from the hands, but the job is done. That's 5.
I feel as if every time UCAM go for a site hit or they try and like find isolation, every single time the players of Enterprise double up, like, are able to trade off each other. And I don't know if this is something that they've been working on in the period from Northeast to now. I wonder if it's like being like more micro based, how to play off one another, not allow the utility to be wasted and allow bodies to be wasted either.
I also think that positionally, the way that Enterprise players place themselves, especially Doma as an anchor, someone who has flexed so many different roles throughout his tenured career, from duelist to sentinel to initiator on this team. People will remember him from Fnatic years ago. Of course, you have to mention it. It's just, yeah, it feels like there are a lot of gaps. I mean, even Yash at the start of the round there, you saw the recon dart and the stun didn't catch him. He had a pocket. They're playing on off angles. They're setting up nicely. UCAM dump that first set of utility. They get into the site, and then it's these deeper positions that Enterprise are playing from, where they then have the jump on them. To build on something else I was mentioning just quickly, looking at the long run here as UCAM are heading into another eco, as they've still not managed to sort out the economy, is that with Lotus now being a map where you can find a 13-0 regardless of your opponent, that's just another point in the conversation for Enterprise's map pool continuing to improve. You know, the last two maps in this veto are unbeaten, but if the Lotus looks that good, then no reason not to add it on with all the rest.
And again, it's different issues for other teams to try and deal with as well in those map vetoes, right? Like, as you said, like priorities and bans. Do you want to ban a map that you're bad at, or ban a map that your opponents are good at?
Sure. Because they've lost Fracture as well. That's the point I was getting to. We don't have Fracture in the map pool anymore. It had dropped off quite a bit for them. I think in the second stage, their current record now sits at 3 wins and 2 losses, I believe, overall. So yeah, there was a bit of a drop-off, but I think they're going to be happy. At least we'll have to see what the sunset looks like when we get to that. But I mean, this round from UCAM, I think one telltale sign of a team that's struggling to perform is when the ecos look at sort of as directionless as that. That was a little bit confusing as to what they were trying to do there.
Yeah, exactly, because for those at home who's maybe like watching Valorant for the first time, or like want to know more about and learn about the game, like your eco round should always have a purpose, right? It shouldn't be just send it in, see what happens. You should try and maybe go towards a new site, or try and go towards a position where you haven't necessarily explored yet. And I feel as if UCAM, like as you said, have been a bit directionless. They haven't challenged Enterprise in different ways, and I think that when you see a team, a good team, is they'll change up their setups. Yash, for instance, was on B. This round has got a deep line on A.
He has done this a couple of times now. But as you say, it's that variation round to round which has made things difficult to predict for UCAM. They feel rooted in position right now, waiting for an overextension in a lobby. Enterprise have not really gone searching for information and been as proactive face-checking as they had done in previous rounds. Yash is still in sewers, and as he continues to hold on to this line, he's gonna catch that spike in transition. Quick's already used the drone.
Off your feet!
He's doubling back. This is all just an A fake. The ult comes in.
Yash is still not been found. Oh my god! And he's gonna blades.
Well, and the spike is still going C. Yash letting off another shot. The defenders have bought this hook, line, and sinker, so at the very least, Quick will be getting a free plant. It's a well-played round by UCAM, but it does still feel a little bit rough around the edges because they are trailing in players and Starkey has the backstab.
Yeah, not only that, Yash close in support and has an updraft to get over this trip if he wants to try and do it. Thunder at the same time has brought this back to a 3 versus 3. If Doma gets this kill, the Rolling Thunder comes online, so this gets more worrying for the defence as it's completely ripped, but Quick not caught. Thunder get one of his own, and the Spanish side look to answer what has been many criticisms in previous rounds. They double up their round count, and the question you have to start to ask yourselves if they can actually start to string rounds together.
Yeah, I have to say, as critical as we have been, that was a very well-called round by Quick. It felt risky, but honestly, you have to be willing to take those risks in games like this, to go for that fake play on A with the ult. Chaddy just goes in as a distraction. They're able to open up C, get themselves to post, and you've got the layering of Thunder, who has been finding success through Garage as well. as it looks like that's where UCAM will go back to in the next rifle round. But Starkey is there, so prepared for this repeat play we've seen from Yuno, this rehearsed TP opening.
At the same time,
countered by the captain.
Yeah, also on top of that, Enterprise once again find themselves pushing the limits of the attack backlines, and they get that deep lane all the way through on towards Yash. Proc of the cage, and I mean, it's nothing that's really been sorted. Players being caught out of position. A spike's going towards the op.
Yeah, talk about not being afraid to just take a peek. Doma's done it there. Killers is in behind. He does get taken out, and this is where you're wondering, will UCAM freeze or follow up into the op? Chaddy shooting through his own smoke, and Starkey continuing the oppression of this defender's side. See long control taken again. And with UCAM looking for a plan B, a B-site plant, they just feel so vulnerable.
Left.
I mean, there's so many different points of approach for Enterprise as well. As UCAM, like, they've deposited the spike on B by its lonesome, so if Starkey did get the timing, which, oh my god, he's going to get it. He's actually going to get the timing. Chaddy's missed out here, and he's so low to try and defend this spike, and paranoid about where the other two players could be.
Can still take one more Vandal bullet to the chest, but past that, Chaddy doesn't have much to work with here.
He does not. Bullets 24 in the barrel. He'll be able to find one, but not the other. It was 4 in the round for Chaddy, believe it or not, as he's actually had a bit of a storm up, but his teammate's not there to back him up. It will be 7 on the round, or on the half, sorry, for Enterprise as they start to get an advantage for this defender's side moving in towards the next.
The defense has looked rock solid. Yash and Doma potentially even overheating a little bit. It's very cheeky kills which they're picking up, and this is another sign that you feel UCAM are on the back foot when they are just having to respond and be reactive to what the defense is doing, in contrast to a round like you saw before where they were putting the pressure on A, then the player threaded through Garage. Stuff like that where it feels like there's a little bit more of a plan.
I mean, early rip of the Hunter's Fury, trying to combine that with a take on the A side, but Enterprise very quick on pulling the trigger. They've created a little bit of space here, or a little bit of pressure. All in all, I mean, Enterprise have made adjustments from last time because they fell hook, line and sinker into the pressure that was created last time. This time round, they're resolute in their positions, and on top of that, I'm thinking about Killers and what he's able to do on the C site.
It's much deeper traps than previously placed by Killers. And this corner to clear, knowing that there's nobody from Garage right now, is a difficult one. He's picking up the first player, gets the second, the support of Starkey and backside. It's a paranoia just to delay the forces of UCAM, as he's trying to be the backstop here. Double peek, delayed and denied by Starkey. Thunder on the other side of the map, no spike, no time. Just when it looked like UCAM were coordinated in their approach, a couple of standout plays have shut them down.
I think as well, like, there's a disconnect between the site exec and the luck of Thunder sometimes. I think towards Lotus, a few times where he got caught off guard on his timing. And I think as well, like, on top of that, when we see a luck player coming into the round, or sometimes we refer to it as a joker or a late win condition, a person to come in late and take players off the spike, or just provide another avenue of approach, you've got to have delay to give them time to do so. And Thunder, like, I felt as if just wasn't in that gravitational pull of the spike, right? It's still towards the other opposite side of the map, and again, like, it feels like a very rough look for UCAM in terms of the team dynamics. But we have to remind folks, this is what the early stages of a team look like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a trial by fire to put the team together in a tournament like this, and up against Yash. It's just going to bite the bullet again. They'll be getting out without any trouble.
He will, and on top of that, he's highlighted that there's a couple of rifles on UCAM, but that's not going to stop Enterprise trying to take peeks.
As he's just reinforcing behind this smoke. They're going to peek him in numbers. Is he ready? Oh my god! Zeke, you're supposed to wait for them to push the smoke before you pull the trigger. He walks away with 2 before he's even seen the first. That might just be his final involvement on the round as Thunder, the rookie, reprising control on A, removed. Number 9 for Enterprise.
Someone please check his PC. What is going on there? Enterprise looking to have an early night as you look towards tomorrow.
Stay down.
I mean, on you go.
I have to say, just to sort of take a step back, and some of the details in some of these rounds, like, I think of the previous where we had Starkey, the way that he isolates the jewels on the back of C, such a capable controller player, but also now a caller in this team, and then Zeke there, mechanically, you see how good he is, but also the experience that he brings to the setup. I just feel like they're just, you can really track that improvement.
And I think
this round, it starts off with Chaddy finding the first. This is UCAM's last chance to get a 3rd round, and they seem to be seizing the opportunity.
Certainly do. Come back to that conversation in a moment, has it? As UCAM decide to pause and wait. This is something teams do naturally, is they wait for a reaction from the defence after going 2 down. Because realistically, you got to get numbers back on your side, but what UCAM don't realise is the reaction has already come through, and it's Starkey being aggressive up C long. If he gets 1 kill, he can escape with his ultimate.
So if he's given the chance to, maybe even just the initial TPs would be good enough. It's a smoke to try and fake out. The player that peaks is Yuno. It's brilliant work from him. Starkey and Killers had been defending that site as a 2-man operation, a double shift being worked when it's only Starkey left and his teammate gone. So the positioning expected. UCAM dealing with all and every threat in this round very nicely. Thunder is the lurk. I wouldn't spam the body if I was you, mate. But look, do what you like at this point. Doesn't matter. Flawless finish to the half. UCAM at the very least will have some rounds to go off.
Yeah, it's a bit of copium when you move on towards defence and you say that realistically we've seen even defender sides get better and better as the years go on, but it is a lot to ask, and we go on to look at Enterprise attack to see if they show even more improvements from last EMEA.
Coming into this series, UCAM had the opportunity, and still do, to become the first team to qualify from groups to playoffs, guaranteeing themselves 3 Ascension points in the process. It would have put them 8th, 1 spot ahead of Enterprise in terms of those rankings, but it feels like a world away right now. in their home turf, despite it not being their pick. 5 maps, 5 wins for the Northeast representative. This attack side pistol could be the be-all and end-all. They've won every single one of them so far.
I think for me, one thing the Enterprise have looked to have done from stage to stage, split to split, tournament to tournament, so look to have exercised any spooky ghosts or demons that are perhaps haunting them. And right now they are beginning to haunt the dreams of perhaps other teams as they could come up against them. Very slow start to this pistol round as it seems to change its focus towards mid, and this is where a lot of UCAM players are.
Yeah, I have to say, here they go into the net of Thunder. 2 kills from him. Chaddy still in the corner, dodging the breach utility. Bops Killers on the head, and Yuno finishes it off. Starkey still surviving. Still a chance for him to clutch here. And given the spike, he has the time of day, but he just doesn't have the time, actually. It's only 10 seconds.
I mean, there is time left because of the players have moved far away, right? So, like, right now, Starkey has a little gap to get the spike down and reposition, but it's all about getting the first fight clean.
Has the TP, but wants to take this head on. Starkey, first duel won, but Quick, the in-game leader on the other side of the server, stands up by example with UCAM since 2022, and proving that as the longest serving player, he can hold that torch up and keep them going.
He can. Again, though, like, pistol rounds can be really, like, cut and dry in terms of how they're won. It's both teams on even playing fields. You either buy utility, you don't, or you lose out on weaponry, etc. But with that being said, UCAM plays a nice trap and do what they can. So this defence are bolstered with guns to buy. Yeah. It would be absolutely mental if we saw a comeback right here.
It would. A remontada, as it's known in Espanol. A comeback.
Thank you.
I have to say, still thinking about you saying spooky in the previous. I don't know what it is about the Scottish accent and, you know, ghosts and stuff. Maybe it's flashbacks to Willie's chocolate experience. I don't know if you remember the Glasgow chocolate factory thing.
What was
the unknown?
No, I was about to say
the unknown.
What was the fella called again? But I think we're moving into the unknown here, because this is the first time we've actually seen UCAM actually get back-to-back rounds and also win a pistol and anti-eco round.
And look, I mean, Enterprise came into that with literally, you know, as much weaponry as there were sweets on the table at that specific experience, right? You know, it was barren. There was nothing there. But now, Flush 5 set of rifles. It's an early A piece. They like to do these stop-start rounds where they create pressure at the start. They try and figure out, are UCAM looking to brawl for this lobby control, which they aren't.
Yeah.
And then they'll sit behind their own smoke and execute late towards the same side of the map. You don't often see Enterprise call some kind of a pivot, and UCAM have read that. They've stacked A with 3 players. They are ready to receive them.
Yeah, this is all coming solely from Yuno, who's found himself in a very forward position and is doing so well. But Quick, gone investigating. The bullets do not hit. Thunder's at least trying to get a trade. UCAM, they've put themselves into the Viper's pit and they've been stung completely venom through the veins. They'll have to concede this one as the spike goes down. They're worried about players maybe hiding in corners, etc. There's nothing there to realistically harm them. It will probably be 10 as we see UCAM, well, especially Yuno, going to have a look. I imagine Chaddy wants to try and keep this operator in play for the next round.
Yeah, it was the one meaningful investment in this round for the defenders. So they can say goodbye to 10 rounds, twice as many that Enterprise will hold on to in the score count. And in terms of that round as well, this is just about understanding your opponent and Quick doing his homework. I think always these interregional tournaments are a serious test of preparing against a lot of different styles, which maybe you're not going to experience back at home in the Spanish League. And in terms of how Enterprise play on their attack, that is something which does hold a lot of similarities in terms of this stop-start play, liking to take control and, you know, dictate the pacing. As you saw UCAM try and go for this fight, but they're so prepared, and I don't think that's the kind of play that you're going to get away with. You know, not able to save the rifle which he picked up at the end. But I think lessons need to be taken into this next round, honestly, about how Enterprise are playing.
I think for the most part, UCAM had some really nice ideas. Like overall, I agree with what you're saying. I think as well, like in this like tournament, it's like like a much more diluted version of like an international, right? And much more intense in the same manner, because you're just day to day, match to match, no breaks whatsoever. It's a trial by fire.
Shadows traveling.
And Enterprise, they seem fired up themselves. In towards A they go once again, and this is where the Cypher setup is.
All of Thander's utility. This was his rookie stage with UCAM. The last time we saw him in Challengers, he dropped out of the East qualifier in the round of 16 with Gamblers. So he should be familiar with what it is his opponents are bringing to the table. But as we know, Enterprise are cut above. Those traps are double layered, so if you break the first, there will be a second. Players starting to get pulled over as there's only 30 seconds left, and as I said before, Enterprise are doubling down on these executes as they like to do.
Panda hasn't been smoked off though, and he's done bad damage. Not enough to get a kill, but enough to make things interesting when we get into post. But I don't even think that will be the case. Enterprise paying attention to small details, utility not quite hitting, and players so late to get towards this site retake that Enterprise are going to be allowed to set up.
I mean, Unarise is ult, but he's still thinking about Garage, still the possibility of mid lingering on the minds of UCAM. Man advantage Enterprise, this op walks back into a difficult crossfire.
And it does. I mean, utility as well. I mean, not much of it. And the stuns timed to perfection. Quick taking his peak, but Enterprise, they're so good at trading off one another. And it's another save. They are wanting to keep whatever they can to give themselves a lifeline. But very shortly, if you take small gasps, you're going to run out of oxygen.
Yeah, and I think that round is a perfect demonstration of how good and how much the micro of Enterprise has improved, where that was where the issues were cropping up for them before. Like, you know, anyone can have protocols and play defensively as a team, but it's the attack which is the serious stress test, and where they really struggled in the previous competition. But as soon as that first player takes contact, Zeke is swinging off it, he's trading, and when you have a man advantage in that situation, which they've so often been able to come upon with Yash being really deadly in that metric, it's a great start.
This is blistering. Enterprise changing up the pace. Remember, it was always a pause straight after the initial sort of util dump. This time, though, they are looking to hit in towards the site, and the Yash has found a little spot, but unfortunately his head has given away the deal, and UCAM have batted Enterprise away. And Killa is left to try and rescue a round, which, let's be honest, is unrescuable.
Yeah, UCAM ruling with an iron fist on the C site. A firm grip on the hold. Very well played from Uno. Not had the opportunities really to be tested in quite a lot of these rounds. It's been those A takes, those stop-start setups that I was talking about. So the pace change from Enterprise could have found value, but I think another difference for me is just how much quicker UCAM were to respond to any kind of map pressure, because as I had detailed it before, this is the way that Enterprise like to play. They commit to areas of the map. You don't see them, you know, pulling off lots of elaborate fakes, as as Chaddy is able to catch the final of those players with the flawless round going UCAM's way. To sort of finish off what I'm saying, yeah, you've got to be reading what your opponent is doing, and for Enterprise, I feel like, yeah, it can be readable at times. And from Starkey's IGLing, he's still a fairly fresh face in that space. You know, when he was on CGN, he was the understudy of Benny. It was only sort of into Mao's last year, even then, when he was under Illuri, that he's constantly been that second guy. This is his first real team where he's calling the shots.
And I think as well, like, this comes back to a conversation me and you had with Legia, if you remember back in the interview that we had done in Northeast, where he was talking about how, like, Starkey's more of a like pre-round caller. You usually see a pack of players, and that's usually controlled by Zeke. At the moment, the pack is following this over, and they look back towards mid.
There is no Starkey in this round. He was deleted by Chaddy at the start. Killers does get to place his cam in sewer, so they will have info there. But these are the defensive positions I'm talking about, the ones which Enterprise got lots of value from before. You've got Yuno all the way back at Gong, and Katu supporting from a link.
Crossfires.
It's a deep clear. You can dive in, but you're going to struggle to find these players.
I mean, if there's any player to do it, would have to be Yash. And unfortunately, he hasn't found the value that he's looking for. Finally does. And on top of that, so does Kelly. There was one back in the conversation from UCAM, but all over, it's even, and the players are hunting down Thunder, and he knows that he needs to give up this position, gives up the C site. The only caveat to this, Hazard, is you've got to look towards C, and there's still a retake camp for UCAM. It's gone though, and we go back to a 2v2, Chaddy all alone.
It's mega scrappy here. They're looking at individuals making a moment. Doma has the ult. That's catered towards Garage, but as soon as that trap is hit spawn side, he's just going to push the players away there. It's two 1v1s. If Enterprise can group up as numbers here, maybe you favor them, but instead, it's Killers doing it by himself. I can't believe it.
Doesn't need support, mate, apparently. Does not need support whatsoever. And I think that's been the whole story from Enterprise. Don't need support, but we can give you it if you call for it. And I think that's the brilliant aspect to it. Chaddy has shown us little spells of what he could do, given a little bit more time on this roster. Enterprise showing the strength of what was promised. Couple of ultimates used in that last one, but they have plenty to finish this one out. UCAM don't really have the big ones themselves in terms of that Rolling Thunder or the Hunter's Fury. Enterprise probably looking to try and send this one home here.
Chaddy's up. It's been a mainstay of how these defender sides have functioned when they have found success. The 6 rounds on your screen are all that UCAM have to show for in the series. And it may just be what they end up on. Yash into this duel again. Head first is removed. Chaddy's up 2 rounds in a row, cracks the whip, finds results. But they need to convert from this position as they failed to do so last time.
Trap has been positioned elsewhere so that spam won't catch out where players are, but Killer's Cam has identified exactly where it is. And there's also a spy cam for the defenders on C long, so they have deep information and actually can fully focus on Garage. This is going to be huge. The players have to bust out a smoke, and it's their own smoke actually that they're busting out of. Utility back forward. What? That intel dart is absolutely huge, but Yuno's reposition ends up getting caught out by Killers. This timing's insane from Stark, and he can get a second as well. They are looking to sign their name on the dotted line for this match, as Chaddy has to try and clutch up with just an operator and the blades.
While the rest of Northeast will fall, the champions are here. You can take the crown from their head, but they still have a sword. And slashing through UCAM, Chaddy's blades can do nothing against them. Everyone else may have taken their loss, but the first win for Northeast comes from Enterprise. They have many times been labelled the hope of the region, and as you can see in each and every round, the improvements made from the first stage to the second, not just domestically, but now within EMEA. The question is, can they qualify convincingly? I have to say, look, UCAM today was not going to be their best day. They brought a very off-the-cuff puggy style, which did work against Valiant, but I think this is where, against, you know, tried and true opponents that we've seen at Ascension before, that we've seen competing at an inter-regional level, albeit without certain levels of success, just sort of fell apart without that extra quality.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I guess like there's so much to kind of break down here all across the board. But for me, it's all about the improvements that Enterprise made and the promise of what UCAM can maybe bring forward in Stage 3, given a little time with this roster. Because let's be honest, there was positives there. There was plans that came to light that we thought were decent. And Chaddy had an okay performance. Wasn't lights out, but it is something to look forward to.
Absolutely. You're talking about the difference between a team which has very quickly had to put together the right pieces, albeit showing glimmering signs of hope there for what we can see from UCAM in future, but still questions about whether they're a contender for the end of the year. That's what Enterprise are fully focused on. Really strong start on Lotus, which will be an asset to their developing map pool with the absence of Fracture in the latest rotation for this event. Sunset's still not seen, of course. But yes, plenty of positives for them. That's all from myself and Cairo, but there is plenty more to be said from our beautiful and brilliant desk. So Twiggy and MP, take it away for the end of show.
Oh, you flatter me so much. All right. Well, I just want to allay any fears for the any enjoyers here that there is pretty much no way Enterprise Esports don't finish first seed after that one. I don't want to jinx anything, but it would take Valiant winning. Okay, calm down. It would take Valiant winning, as far as I'm aware, 13-5 on both maps to have them not finish in first place, which, look... I don't know if that's really anything else, anything other than that. A 2-1 win to Valiant, Enterprise Esports come first. Anything. It is basically in Enterprise Esports' favor at this point, just because of that 13-0. Really, that is that was it. That was the haymaker to this whole group from Enterprise Esports. So they have really set themselves up for basically the best possible chance of getting into the playoffs. At all that we can think of, but we can take a look back at this series and see how they did it now.
Yeah, and what a performance it was here. I mean, honestly, if we look at this performance and think about the game tomorrow against Team Valiant, there should be no chance that Valiant has anything against Enterprise Esports. They were incredible. They were shooting incredibly well, and I'm not quite sure where they have got all of this confidence from, but I'm gonna be honest, I think they've done tremendous work for that. They were incredible on the server. They were challenging almost every duel. It didn't even have to be the best duel in the world. They would just go for it and get the kill. Easy peasy. And if we see this Enterprise Esports throughout this tournament, I think I'm just gonna throw this out here. Seeing as what happened previously, I think Enterprise Esports could have a chance in beating BBL Pacific. I'm just throwing it out there.
Whoa, okay. Well, we'll see. You know what? We can ask somebody from Enterprise Esports. It's a little ways away, but Zeke is here to talk to us. First off, congratulations. What a series.
Yeah, thank you. We didn't expect it to be that easy. So, like, right now I'm just nonchalant,
Yeah, I mean, look, do you want me to tell you, like, what you need from your next series to guarantee qualification, or would you rather not know?
Tell me.
As long as you win the series, obviously you're through, but also if you lose 2-0 and you still get more than 10 rounds, you're fine. So,
even if you lose 0-2, we get... Really? Wait.
Yeah,
actually,
if you lose 0-2 and you win... Yeah, if you win one of the maps 13-11, you're through.
Okay. Yeah, nice, I guess.
So, I mean, yeah, look, anyway, I probably shouldn't have told you that. Now things are, it's all going to be in your head the whole time now.
Yeah, you
I'm
jinx
sure,
me, yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. So how are you feel? I mean, look, you said you didn't expect it to be that easy. What happened on map 1? Like, did you just get like 5 rounds in and you were like, okay, I guess we're just winning Lotus now?
Well, I mean, I think that the game we know from the beginning that we're gonna win because our veto was like insanely good. You know, our new coach Alex just prepared like crazy good game plan. The veto went exactly as we expected it yesterday, you know, when we were making it. So we had the advantage from the beginning. And but like I still didn't expect the game that we're gonna end like with 6 rounds overall in the game, you know, like that we're gonna lose. So I have no idea what happened there. I think UCAM was not playing how they were playing yesterday. I think they were losing a little bit to themselves, not to us that much, but we are also improved a lot. And you know, last 3 weeks been like hella big. I don't want to repeat the word improvement, but you know, like we start becoming better and better and better and better.
Yeah, of course, and I think a lot of that improvement showed on Lotus. I think it was interview with Legia. Legia was kind of saying that the Lotus is maybe a little bit gray area for you. You're not quite sure whether you're gonna stick with the composition. Do you think after that 13-0 you're finally cemented your comp in Lotus? Do you think you finally have the composition that you're looking for?
Well, I say that we cemented it already when we started playing this new comp and we started actually getting scrim results, because before it was like, yeah, we play Lotus and we actually knew from the beginning that we're probably gonna lose. So, and now we went into Lotus confident because our scrim results were way better, you know. Obviously, didn't expect 13-0, but I think it's all thanks to the game plan that we had against UCAM, you know. So I'm honestly, I don't understand how we won, how we haven't lost a single round on a map that we couldn't even get more than 5 before against teams and even weaker teams. But like, yeah, nice. We have Lotus good now. Beautiful.
Hey, it was incredible. But I think you guys have been incredibly consistent as well with your performance, and I think usually consistency comes from routines, right? So I kind of want to ask from you, do you have any game day routines or rituals that you must have for game day? Is it like a good breakfast including some certain food, a game day song, or anything? And if there is some, could you briefly walk me through?
No, personally, like I hate routines. I don't do routines in my life, and when I try to implement them, I usually like ditch them after 2 weeks because I start getting bored of routines. You know, the only routines I have is like a little bit of workout and vitamins. You know, that's my only routines that I take daily. But is that a routine? I don't know. Like, yeah. Except that, I think maybe 3 years ago I had like a routine where I was, you know, at specific hour drinking like caffeine, and then. Now it's, you know, I tried it before, wasn't working like it was for me when I was younger, so now I'm just playing the game, you know, not thinking about anything.
Fair enough.
All right, well, look, we're not going to keep you any longer. I'm sure you want to go celebrate what just happened there, and obviously, best of luck with your game against Valiant tomorrow. I mean, again, I've already told you what you need to win, so I don't think it should be too much of a difficult time for you. But still, yeah, you need to put some work in. Please actually show up tomorrow at the very least. But congratulations, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
Congrats.
I mean, look, hey, no matter what way you spin it, our hopes as a region kind of rest on them. Pixel Lumina can still, I think, come first in the group if they do really well against BBL Pacific tomorrow, obviously. But apart from that, actually, yeah, no, I think BBL Pacific, the series was relatively close. So there is a distinct possibility if they do manage to get that win against BBL Pacific with a decent scoreline, they can get through. But we know BBL Pacific, we know that's not going to be a simple task, so knowing that Enterprise Esports have a massive chance of getting through is a really nice difference for us as a region, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure, and the look that they gave us today was incredible. Yeah. I cannot stop saying the word incredible because that was it. Obviously a 13-0 always is great, but I think Z kind of highlighted that as well. It's not... Usually the 13-0s is not only the greatness of the other team, it's just the other team not quite performing on their level as well. Sure, Enterprise Esports were amazing, but they were winning every single individual duels pretty much, and I think that just talks about the form that UCAM had today. They weren't quite on top of their game, even though that Enterprise, they have really high amount of firepower. They are really strong in those duels. I think there's still some fine line where they shouldn't win all of those duels.
Well, we've said goodbye to one of our teams from Northeast on this stream and possibly said hello to either KC or Focus. We've also said hello to Enterprise Esports in their group as well. Here are the standings currently. Bitfix Gaming definitely out of things. I think they can still manage to get second place. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct, but I think there is a possibility that they do get second place if they do very well against Movie Star Koi Phoenix. But other than that, so far, things not looking great for us until that game from Enterprise Esports. Look at that round differential of plus 20 off of one series. They're going to be very happy with that. Now, coming up tomorrow, we've got plenty more bangers for you. The final day of the group stage is going to be on its way, and here's what you can expect. Off stream, you got Bitfix Gaming versus Movie Star Koi. Is that correct? Have we switched? I thought we were watching that one. Oh, well, doesn't really matter which ones we're watching. It's going to be Valiant versus Enterprise Esports. That's happening here from Group D. Again, kind of their victory lap, Enterprise Esports. If anything, we've got BBL Pacific versus Pixel Lumina over in Group C, our other Northeast team that has a chance of getting out of the groups. And, of course, Carmine Corp Blue versus Focus for the Group B to see who gets out of that one. That one is incredibly important because those two still fighting for first position there.
Oh yeah, and I think that's gonna be really exciting. One of the most exciting games for me, I think it's gonna be BBL Pacific versus Pixel Lumina. Even though I kinda know that BBL Pacific, they are the kings. They are pretty much unbeatable. But I wanna see how our Northeast 4th seed can fare against this Turkish monster. They are incredible team, amazing. It seems like almost none of these teams can beat them. But maybe Pixel Lumina, maybe they can even take a map or something. I would be really happy with that.
Well, we'll see. That's all up and coming tomorrow. But for today, we're all done. Thank you so much for watching us. I've been Twiggy. I've been joined by MP, and your casters today have been Hazza and Karo. Thank you to production. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes. Thank you to the mods. And thank you to you, chat, for joining us for today and keeping everything nice and light. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.